Good morning. Today's date is June 2nd, 2016. This is the public participation section of the Volusia County Council meeting. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record. Before beginning your comments, you may speak up to 3 minutes, either during public participation or when the agenda item is heard. The County Council will not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on County Council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. So once again, good morning. Let's get all, if you have not filled out a slip yet, please do so. They're on the podiums on the corner. Let's bring the 3 people that are going to speak this morning up to the front row. Monty Musgrave, where you at, sir? If you'll come on up and stand up there to the front podium. Is this Linda or Zinda Park? Miss Park? Is it Zinda or Linda? Linda? Okay, and there's this new guy here, Morton Culligan. Is he around here? No, please step to the podium, sir. Monty Musgrave. Okay, now pull the microphones up. The microphones are bendable. Actually, the pedestal goes up.
Oh, okay.
So we just want to make sure that we're heard on the record for everybody. Okay, so for the record, sir, please state your name and your address.
Yeah, my name is Monty Musgrave, 319 River Bluff Drive, Ormond Beach, 32174.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. It's council members, it's a pleasure to speak to you this morning. My name is Monty Musgrave, and I am the president of the Volusia County Cultural Alliance. And I also happen to be on the board of the Florida Alliance for Arts Education. My purpose for speaking to you this morning is to make you aware of a very wonderful cultural event that's going to take place June 23 through 25. It's called the FAAE, that's the Florida Alliance for Arts Education Leadership Summit. I have flyers for each one of you if you'd like to see about this. This is a wonderful conference attended by arts educators, professional artists, and arts enthusiasts throughout the state of Florida. And I'd just like to make you aware of this. I'd like to offer these flyers so you can gain more information about the conference. The other part of the summit that I'd like to actually invite you to is called it's the Recognition and Leadership Award reception, which is taking place on Friday, June 24th at 5:30 p.m. at the C.C. and Hyatt Brown Museum of Art in Daytona Beach. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, I forgot to mention that this conference is being held at the Shores Resort and Spa in Daytona Beach. This is a very high-profile event, and our goal as the president of VCCA is to bring cultural events to light to the Volusia County community, and we hope that through the success of this conference that we can bring it back to Daytona Beach again next year, because we're trying to make a show of our vibrant arts community in Volusia County. And but I would like to give each one of you invitations to the Leadership Award reception, which is being held at the Hyatt Brown Museum. And actually, C.C. Brown is one of the recipients this year. She's receiving the Arts Volunteer Leadership Award. And it would be great to have our leaders in the Volusia County community present at this event. And I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, sir. If you'll take all that documentation has to go over to Ms. Zimmerman over there, okay, to where it gets logged in and photocopied for the record, so everybody in the world can see what we're doing.
Many thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Musgrave. All right, Linda Park, Ms. Park.
Good morning.
If there's a button on the inside of the back leg, and if you push it down, the whole pedestal will go down. Okay, we're gonna help you out. I can hardly see you over there.
I was wondering if you're gonna have something for me to stand
No,
on.
we got it better. We'll just move the whole thing down.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Here we go. And there it goes. Isn't that cool?
Very much so. I need one at home. My cabinets.
Well, for about $250,000, I'm sure you can get one.
Yeah, right.
Pull the microphones up so we can make sure we
My
hear
name
you.
is, my
Hey,
name
we
is
need your name
Linda
and address.
Park. I live at 123 North Cucumber Lane. I've been a resident for over 20 years. I face 1000 Front Row, State Road 44.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
I have put some paperwork together. I would like y'all to look at it, and then I'd like you to take the rest of my 3 minutes and talk to me. May I bring it to her? It's about the vendors on 44.
Yeah, well, basically what we do is we want to hear what you've got. And then,
But I've-
then we may bring it up later on today and talk about it.
Talk about it. Talk about it. We've been talking about this issue with zoning and Brian Childs for over 5 to 6 years now. I have put numerous amounts of complaints in. I have had the sheriff. There's reports coming to my door. On State Road 44 and 415, on the corners of the Speedway, there's vendors been there. One of the vendors there has, in the last year and a half, come to my residence. He has bullied me. He has bullied other vendors that are coming on State Road 44. I have contacted the Sheriff's Department. I have contacted zoning. Zoning's hands are tied. The sheriffs, as the reports that I have pulled from records, are not doing what we need them to do. I have contacted Jim Hathaway, the mayor's office, Dorothy Hugel, and the governor, Rick Scott's office. They are going to see what y'all can do for me, and then I'm going to get myself an advocate. I do not have a voice today because I have prior surgery, and when I get upset, I don't get a voice. This is very stressful, and it's actually curb stoning. I have a special exemptions that allows me to bring agriculture product to my property. I have had that and went through all the proper channels with the county council at that time, and I have been doing this now for over 10 years. I am the only one that actually has a special exceptions from New Smyrna Beach all the way to your front door. There was one other gentleman next to the junkyard. He had gotten it probably 5 years ago. It has never been utilized. It has never been open. I'm sure we all agree, after 8 years of not opening on a special exceptions, it is now in void. One of these individuals that has been at my door and has come to me is a convicted sex offender. I have found that out through the police reports and the records that I have pulled. I am very concerned about State Road 44, and what is happening is there is one gentleman, he owns a box truck, and he is from Orlando. He is an older gentleman, and he puts all these individuals, convicts, because of their driver's license. When the sheriff department is going there, they're coming up because I'm pulling them up at home, because I'm pulling the police report.
Right.
Come to find out, this gentleman puts all these individuals from Orlando in a box truck with vegetables. He drives them all around Volusia County.
Okay, hold on for
3
1
minutes
second.
is up.
Yeah, you're 3 minutes, but hold on 1 second. We have council members here. If you would like her to continue. Continue.
And I thank you.
You are extended, please.
Thank you. So this individual, and Brian Childs from zoning, will more than gladly back me up, and Kevin Vaughn from the State Trooper's office is very aware of this individual. They have just arrested one of the convicts that he had pulled over from vending. What this individual does is he gets a lot of workers that can't go out and get a real job, and he pays them $50 a day, and he puts them in a box truck, and he drops them off all over Volusia County. It is one individual with over 40 people that he's putting out in Volusia County. At this time, after he puts everybody from Kepler, as a matter of fact, this individual has just gotten Sun Bank. Brian Childs has just brought Sun Bank in from over on the other side. Sun Bank had to come in, but because Sun Bank gave him a trespassing and Brian got on tune, now he's on 44 with all of his people, plus the people that he had on 44 before. The highway, I have pictures. I have a fire on State Road 44. That is my home. I put my pride in there. The right-of-way and the shoulder of the road is for emergency vehicles. He has construction there that would probably need a permit, I am almost positive, for the strap down. Down in New Smyrna Beach, by Sugar Mills, there is an object as high as a swing set with PVC piping on each side. There is a banner across the top about 4 foot. It is on the shoulder of the road, and it would not be in compliance. It just would not be in compliance. I, with the special exceptions, had to put in a variance for 100 foot because that was my setback. I have a building. I have a beautiful building, but I had on A1A, it was 100 foot back. I went for a variance, it got granted 75 foot. There is no way that anyone can conduct business on the right-of-way of the DOT. As my pictures will clearly show you, this has not been, there is an aerial there. The aerial on the bottom is from 2015. We are now in 2016. I would really appreciate if everyone would talk to Mr. Childs, because that man really has his hands tied with this one individual with over 40 employees through Volusia County. It is actually, I am told, that it could be called curbside, curb stoning. I am in the produce business. I have an agriculture market. They are coming along and they are doing the same business as me, as a car dealer would with a car dealership. As when we put our cars out on State Road 44, and there might be a car dealership there. I am not having, these vendors are not having to pay any fees or any LLCs or any kind of anything, nor does any of this money come back to Volusia County. This money is going back to Orlando. We have got to get a handle on this. I have pictures of construction with a peach vendor. There is a fire on 44 by my home. You can clearly see it is a very concerning fire. There is Fire Street standing by, waiting on standby.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm going to have to cut you off because we do have other people that we got to talk with.
You will look
Mr.
at,
Chair,
All the, yes, ma'am.
Chair, before you leave, ma'am, can I,
Ms. Park, before you go.
before you go, just take my card. I'd like to communicate with you, and I will get your information from the chair. What she's, and I came in late, I apologize, but
That's
what
all
I
right.
think what you're referring to are the selling peaches and all the vegetables on 44.
Okay, that guy. Okay.
Well, and there's multiple. In fact, it's to the point that I was going to bring this up at the last council meeting and did not, but I will tell you, especially with the traffic on 44, what she's saying is absolutely true. It's an accident waiting to happen somewhere. So, no, ma'am, I'll continue my conversation with council. Thank you.
there was an accident and it is in my packet.
Okay. And we have a copy of your packet. Okay.
I'll get a copy of that.
Okay, yeah,
I
we'll all
will-
get a copy.
I will follow up on that, I promise you, because maybe it's time we do a sweep in this area, because what she's saying is absolutely true. I drive by it, I wonder how they're getting by with it. So when we have our citizens that are complying and pulling all the permits, and then we have these people come from out of the county that are a hazard to the day-to-day traffic on 44, and then an unfair advantage to our local vendors. We need to do a sweep. We need to get this under control. I'm totally with you. I'll be
I
in
agree with you.
contact.
There's a guy up in, I guess he's going up in Highway 40, and there's another place up there. Okay, now I understand where we're going at, you know. We've been having arguments and discussions with firewood vendors in the wintertime. We got people who actually pay for their permits, and then we have these guys that just show up with a trailer full of firewood, and they start undercutting the local businesses, and these guys are getting livid, and I'm getting the calls, and we've gone out there and we've talked to these people, and what's really bad is they're setting up their vendorships on property that isn't theirs, so it's trespass. So, yes, I want to have that, let's have a discussion later on this afternoon. I think it'd be great with the council. Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Park. We now have the famous Mort Culligan. I love this. You're in vacation
I can't even spell. I know.
I'm telling you, you're in vacation. INVACATION. In vacation.
It was-
I'm so glad you're on vacation.
Tony, vacate. That's what it was. I'll tell you.
You want to bring
What
the
happened? Glasses?
podium up?
Okay, who me?
Buttons on the,
There's a button.
yeah, right there. Push the upside. Too many moving parts?
Why don't I just leave it
Oh,
here?
Jeff's coming down. Well,
Leave it here.
see, then you'll have to yell.
Okay, I like to yell.
I know.
It's high tech. Watch this butt.
Yeah, watch. He's just going to walk right over there, and
And it's gonna work.
that's going to work. And look at it work. It's the beard.
See, I keep you in a job. In a job.
Yes, we're going to just keep him around just to raise and lower the podium.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and your address for the record, sir. And
talking
you'll
to
have
me?
3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Morton Culligan, 66 Tanglewood Road, and exciting, wonderful, DeBarry, Florida. Anyway, I'd like to thank the Volusia County Council and the U.S. Constitution for letting me speak today. I appreciate the fact that today's invocation will be led by an Islamic religious leader, which proves that we still abide by the Constitution. As we know, there's a lot of anti-Islamic hysteria in certain areas of the nation, which is unfortunate. We cannot condemn a religion or a race for the actions of a few in that religion or race. It's just not that easy. So I'm glad we have an Islamic leader to speak on this. Anyway, Volusia County is in a state called Florida in a nation called the United States that has been at a so-called war on terror for years, 15 years, who knows. I hate to say the fact that we are losing, but the fact that we're not winning. We have accepted a state of permanent war in this culture we have. Permanent war is part of our culture. And we will be defeated by two major war factors, general time and major expense. They will defeat us because we cannot kill them all and we cannot stay there forever. Peace is a concept, and I know war sometimes is necessary, but peace is a concept we should consider because this nation always has a military solution to everybody. We can't bomb the world into submission. We talk about our terror. Do we talk about their terror? What about our terror? We need to address our terror before we address their terror. Because we, as a nation, as a government, we have put the wind in their sails. And we wonder why they're terrorizing us. But we've been have a lot of terror that we have put upon the world right now. I'd like to remind you that this country has a prison camp this is a democracy that has a prison camp in a communist country. It's called Guantanamo. We have soldiers stationed everywhere. We're not a nation, we're a military empire. And when you boil it all down, when you cut out all the bull, what the motive factor is not democracy, it's money. If you don't think so, look at the DOD budget. Bottom line is peace. There's an old t-shirt that people used to wear, peace. Too bad there's no money in it. Okay? But anyway, when we want to talk about terror, we need to look in the mirror. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Culligan. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak this morning, ma'am?
No other slips.
Very well, then we will take a really short recess this morning, and we will reconvene at 9 o'clock. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is June 2nd, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council meeting. This morning's invocation will be led by Rez Qureshi. Did I get that correct, Mr. Qureshi? Pretty close. Oh, there you are. Come on up to the podium there. He is from the Islamic Center of Deltona Incorporated. And if the council would please rise.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of our Lord, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praises belong to Almighty God, the Cherisher, the Sustainer of the worlds, the Compassionate, the Merciful, the Master of the Day of Judgment. O Lord, you alone we worship, and from you alone we seek help. Guide us in the straight path, the path of those whom you have bestowed your grace, not of those who have incurred your wrath, nor of those who have gone straight. Hear us, O Lord. The Volusia County will be in session to make decisions for our community. O Lord, bestow upon them best skills and judgment. O Lord, give them the wisdom to be impartial and neutral to all that represent all members of the community fairly. O Lord, show them the merits and the pitfall of each matter that is in place before them, and to use our resources wisely and well. O Lord, guide our leaders to act in accordance with what is the best for our community and its citizens. O Lord, fill the heart of our council with love and compassion for its citizens, that they prefer the needs of the citizens before theirs. O Lord, consider all this time the council as worship, for you have said, serving his creation is serving him. Amen.
And if everyone would please join me in the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, one indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Mr. Qureshi, please come forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. All righty, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Patterson. Here. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Kuzak. Mr. Daniels. Here. Ms. Denny's. Mr. Lowry.
Here.
Mr. Davis.
I am here.
All present.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we will start off with Mr. Patterson. Well, before we start off with Mr. Patterson here, the staff has pulled item 25. Okay. And for the record, I will read what item 25 is. It's on page 906 here. Item 25 is the budget resolution allocating of funding for off-beach parking development in Daytona Beach. So that's what item 25 is. That will be heard later on after we've finished all our other morning agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
we were requested to pull that, to have it on just so that everyone can see the design.
Okay.
That was the design of the larger parking lot, where a part of it was provided through the agreement with Weston. The other part was the piece we bought. And this is one of the first parking lots that we are going to do the actual development on. And so there was I think, legitimately, we'd like to know what it's going to look like, how it's going to function, and how we're going to coordinate it with the opening of the Westin. That's what that's on. That's why we pulled it.
Okay. Okay, so, knowing item number 25 is pulled, Mr. Patterson, is there anything you'd like to pull off the consent agenda?
I have nothing, sir.
Mr. Wagner?
Nothing.
Ms. Kuzak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing.
Mr. Daniels?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Denny's?
I have nothing now, Mr. Chair. It's been pulled. Thanks.
Now. Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Lowry?
I'm good, none to pull.
And chair pulls nothing, so item 25 is pulled, so if anybody's here, we will be discussing that later on this afternoon. We'll entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, I move all the remaining items on the consent agenda be approved.
Motion for approval of remaining consent agenda items. Do I hear a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried, unanimous. And now we will move right on to perfect timing. The item number 1, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Division of Recreation and Parks announces the preservation of the proposed unit management plan update for the Haw Creek Preserve State Park on Tuesday, June 24th, 2016, 5 p.m. at the Tomoka Recreation Hall at Tomoka State Park, 2099 North Beach Street, Ormond Beach, Florida. Tim?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. The individual that was planned to attend today to speak on this item is unable to attend. And so we're going to move this item to a later agenda as soon as he's able to attend. Okay?
Do we have a projected agenda time? Or we're just going to kind of leave it float?
Mr.
It
Davis,
would also be the point of this council to ask for that table. Yes, ma'am.
Marcy Zimmerman, Deputy Clerk. At this time, we don't. I've only received an email. I haven't communicated other than that.
Okay. So, I will entertain a motion to table,
Mr. Chair,
No, not table.
not table, to postpone?
Postpone.
Postpone, indefinite.
in the,
Definite.
Mr. Chairman, Dan
Mr.
Eckert, County Attorney, in the event that your announcement of the item itself satisfies their need, I would just make the correction that I believe the date for the hearing is, the meeting is June 14th. I think you may have said June.
June 14th, right here, I'm reading it, right?
I think you said June 24th when you read it earlier.
Oh, okay.
In the event your announcement satisfies the criteria, I just want the record to be clear that that's the current date.
So we may not need to have this tabled or postponed?
That'll be up to them.
Up to them.
The requirement is that it be announced at a public meeting.
And I did that.
Our expectation is that the person that requested it would be here. They're not here, but I think what we're saying is that if you just want to leave it at that, we believe it's been fulfilled.
Would that be good for the motion?
Easiest agenda item ever.
Yes.
No motion is
Just move on.
necessary.
No,
Mr.
no
Chair.
Just
motion.
move on.
No
Okay,
motion.
I thought Mr., okay.
I'll
Okay.
withdraw.
All right, then, just to clarify for the record, I will read this into the record one more time. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Division of Recreation and Parks, announces the presentation of the proposed unit management plan update for the Haw Creek Preserve State Park. It will be done on Tuesday, June 14th, 2016, at 5 p.m. at the Tomoka Recreation Hall at Tomoka State Park, which is located at 2099 North Beach Street in beautiful Ormond Beach, Florida. Reminded me of my radio days. Thank you very much. And so we will move on now. You've been listening to Volusia County. No, I never won't do that. All right, we're going to go on to item number 2. This one, we're having too much fun here, folks. Miss Joanne Magley, would you care to take the floor, ma'am? We have a couple of presentations here.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director for Volusia County Government. And as you mentioned, we have 2 retirements this morning from within the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. The first is Sharon Phillips, who is an administrative aide. She'll be retiring she retired May 31st after more than 35 years of dedicated service. And Sheriff Ben Johnson will have the comments on that. Sheriff, if you'd like to come forward. And Sharon, if you'd like to come forward with your family.
I'm gonna count it as 36 years because another 16 days and she would have made it, but this is, do I have to leave it on that? This is one of the bittersweet moments. You know, we have 2 retirements today of people that meant so much to the county. And not only that, an era that's winding down, we're almost out of individuals that were hired by Sheriff Ed Duff. That era is rapidly coming to a close. Sharon was hired June 16, 1980 as a Clerk 1 for the Sheriff's Administration. Promoted to Word Processing Specialist 1, November 27, 1982. Word Processing Specialist 2, October 13, 84. Word Processing Supervisor, April 22, 1985. And some of the words I've heard her process over the years is my secretary. Staff Assistant.
Learned from the best.
Ed Duff. Staff Assistant, yeah, and y'all knew Ed Duff, knew that. Staff Assistant 2, October 1st, 1989. Administrative Assistant, November 9th, 1991. Administrative Aide, September 9th, 1995. Sharon has received the following recognition during her 36-year career. Employee of the Year 2003. Commendation Bar, November 7th, 2006, Florida Sheriff's Association Midsummer Conference. Letters of commendation from several Florida sheriffs for coordinating the May 2008 Executive Assistant of Sheriff's Training Conference, and a commendation bar September 6, 2011 for the Florida Sheriff's Association Midsummer Conference. Additional activities, 100 deputies, 100 kids, Volusia Flagler Heart Walk, and some of Sharon's examples of evaluations. She's fast, accurate, and dependable. Continually produces high quality work. Is capable of handling tremendous workload with efficiency. Works well under pressure. Positive attitude. A wealth of information. She is without a doubt one of the hardest working individuals I've ever had the privilege to meet. That was under my administration, a lot of these are, but and that's one that absolutely fits her. Handles wide range of difficult situations with tact, courtesy, and compassion. Always willing to assist other agencies, departments, and coworkers. And Sharon retired May 31st. What can we say about Sharon Phillips is that she is one of the most valued employees the Volusia County Sheriff's Department has ever had. One of the most loyal county employees. A wealth of information that is just unparalleled. When I came in as sheriff, she had been Sheriff Vogel's secretary, and keeping her on was a no-brainer as my assistant. What she knows of the general public, the people who call in, the ability to write letters, is just, it's outstanding. Sharon not only was a very, very valued employee, but a very valued friend. And the job that she has done for this county is second to none. There's days like this is when you hate the drop program, the mandatory retirements, because of the job, the people you see go away. And it's a family member leaving home. And with Sharon, that's the way it is. Loved by everybody, respected by everybody. And some of the things she's been able to keep off my back has been unreal. She knows when the people call which ones are going to be a problem and let you know, and doesn't just hang something in midair for you. Sharon is going to the next life of retirement, and as I said, she will be missed, and hopefully she'll get bored and we can get her back as a volunteer. How about putting you on the spot about that one? She's going to stay right here, so she's going to have to put up with me once in a while anyway. But once again, I want to thank Sharon for the great job she's done and for the job she's done for the county of Volusia. It's employees like the 2 we have today that make the county of Volusia the great organization it is. Thank you very much, Sharon, and it's your turn to talk a little bit.
I'm going to try to talk. I just want to thank everybody for 36 years of fun. I mean, I enjoyed my job.
You never told me it was fun.
It's fun. I had fun. The last 15 and a half years have been really fun. This is my husband, David, by the way. He's been my rock. He puts up with my bad moods when I come home from dealing with our nuts. And we have plenty. It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary how many are walking among us. But,
Hey, look out, some of them may be sitting there.
but I just want to thank Sheriff Johnson, all of my family back there, because they are my family. And thank y'all. I grew up here.
I only got one thing to say. Yeah, not all the crazy people are on the other side of the phone, no, are they? Yeah. And when you said volunteer, when you said maybe we'll get her back here and volunteer, and you were kind of looking over this side, she's over there going, no. So, no, we will miss you, Sharon. I've met you quite a few times. One of the first weeks I was here, I said, I get to go up and see the sheriff. And, yeah, okay. And I came up there and I said, I'm here to see the sheriff. And she says, who the hell are you? And I was like,
Jason, I hate to say it, but she's still saying that about you.
I understand that. But we love you, Sharon. We will miss you, and have a great retirement. Go enjoy. Go. You two go somewhere. Go take a nice long vacation and enjoy it. Mr. Daniels.
Sharon, I'm sorry I never got to know you because I see that you were on the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Yes, I want to do
which
that.
is something I would really love to do. Which one was your favorite?
I haven't been yet. That's one of my,
That's where you're going?
Yeah.
Okay, well, when you get, I want a postcard.
okay.
I want a postcard from each distillery. And, sneak over to Tennessee and try some Jack Daniels while you're there.
We've
All right.
been there.
Oh, really? How was that?
That was neat. And I am a Tennessee Squire.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, let me know what your favorite is. All right, thank you.
Okay, Miss Denny's.
Thank you. It's clear by your smile and sense of humor that you enjoy what you do, and I guess drinking a little whiskey or bourbon probably helps longevity too. But it's interesting, what I heard Sheriff Johnson say is what she knows. I'd keep you close to me in the office too, under two sheriffs and a personal assistants with what you know. Yeah. So thank you, very genuinely, thank you for your service. Thank you for your outlook and your strength. And I'm sure whoever fills your shoes that you have prepared them. But just thank you so much.
Mr. Denny's, the proper term for that is blackmailing, yes.
Yes. The Chronicles of the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff. I understood. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
We've known each other a long time, haven't we, Sharon?
Yes, we have.
So we'll just not tell any tales here. But I hope you enjoy the Bourbon Trail. I did that last year. I found that some of the best bourbon in the world was the nastiest tasting stuff I ever tasted in my life. So I think some people enjoy it. I don't. But it was interesting. And the Lincoln Trail, to me, was more interesting than the Bourbon Trail. But it was really interesting wandering around there. So enjoy it. Enjoy your travels and enjoy the rest of your life. And come back and visit once in a while with that same smile. Thank you.
And Mr. Deneen.
Just a final comment. Sharon, I mean, it's been a great career. You're such a wonderful smiling face up there. And what she and I know is, in all these 10 years of going up there, she's the first person I see before I go in to talk to Ben, and the last person I see when I come out. So when I go in, she usually tells me, yeah, he's in a bad mood, he's in a good mood, he's feeling good, he got this problem. And then when I come out, I tell him he's in a better mood or he's in a worse mood. So, but yeah, you do a great job up there, and you're going to be missed by everybody, especially me.
All right. Well, thank you very much. So let's give her a rounding send-off. You guys have fun. Okay. Okay, my microphone's back on. Here's what I want to do, Miss Sharon. Let me get you and your husband to sit right there. Let's do the second retirement. Oh, okay. All right, no, we were going to do, okay, never mind. Take a short recess then. All right, fine, never mind. I was trying to consolidate. I was just trying to consolidate. All right, we'll take a short recess. Let's do the pictures. Short one. Okay, Ms. Magley, you have the phone. You have the floor.
Okay, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director. And our second retirement is Major James Milady, who retired May 31st after 30 years of dedicated service. And again, Sheriff Ben Johnson will have the comments. Major and your family, step forward, please.
She said family. I mean, they're going to drag you up here, ma'am. And she did, which was pretty good. Drag her on up.
You're responsible.
Sheriff, you have the floor, sir.
This is Major James F. Milady, better known by his friends as Beeve. We don't ask why. February 24th, 1986, Major Milady was hired as a Corrections Officer 1. May 30th, 1987, was hired by Sheriff Duff as a patrol deputy, Department of Public Safety. October 1st, 1989, became a deputy 2. June 9th, 1990, became a field training officer. 1992, he went to investigations in Districts 2 and 3. 1993, Special Investigations Unit, Narcotics and Conspiracies. September 5th, 1998, promoted to sergeant and assigned to Support Services, Judicial Services. April 17th, 1999, patrol sergeant in Districts 3 and 4. August 28th, 1999, went to Special Investigations Unit. May 7th, 2005, promoted to lieutenant and came to Internal Affairs. January 26, 2008, promoted to captain in the Investigative Services Division. February 4th, 2012, promoted to major. Jim has participated in the following during his 30-year career: as a field training officer, a hostage negotiator, special response team, narcotics investigator, VBI supervisor, internal affairs, investigative services, dining in the dark, Center for Visually Impaired, adjunct instructor, Daytona State College, narcotics and addiction consultant. And Jim has received the following letters of commendation and recognition during his tenure. 13 letters of commendation. Unit commendation in 1993 for Hurricane Andrew relief operation. Unit commendation in 1995 for Special Investigators Unit. Unit commendation 2002, capture of narcotics fugitive. Investigator of the Quarter 2002. Unit commendation 2004 for the Special Investigations Unit. Some examples of Major Milady's evaluations include: remains calm in tense situations, there when you need him, upfront, fair, and honest, outstanding investigator and very capable supervisor, a truly dedicated law enforcement professional, great attitude and the ability to tell it as it is, provides consistent leadership, and leads by example. Beeve retired May 31st, 2016. In the last few years, I've had the opportunity to really get to know Major Milady, and what a great time it's been. As you heard in here, talking about talent like it is. He can do that, but he does it in a manner that comes across in the right way. Probably one of the most fun things about him is his sense of humor, and it is a sick sense of humor. You know, he can dish it out, he can take it. A fantastic employee, a great major. He's been one of the reasons it's been fun to work as the sheriff of Volusia County. Now, we're going to miss him, not only just day to day the job he does, he's also one of my lunch partners frequently. And you just never know what he's going to say, do, or how he's going to say or do it. He's been a great asset to this agency, as you've heard, through all kinds of investigative units and the fine job he has done there, the amount of people he has put away, and the amount of money he has taken away from bad guys on the street when he was in VBI. He's a great loss to the agency, a loss not only as a valued employee, but as a great friend. And once again, this is where the drop program, you hate it, because I think we probably could have talked him into staying a few more years too. But he's going to the next chapter of his life, and whatever it is, I know he'll be successful because he's been successful everywhere he's been so far. This time I'm going to turn it over to Major James B. Mulady. Dave?
Thank you. Thank the council for the time. Thank the sheriff for the comments. I really appreciate it. Sheriff's been a great leader. I really appreciate that. As was mentioned, same as Sharon, through three sheriffs. Sheriffs made it easy to be proud to be a Volusia County deputy. Worked with a lot of good people over the years because of the different positions, not only here but throughout the state and country. Volusia County employees take a back seat to nobody. Learned a long time ago that doesn't matter what you're doing, it's who you're doing it with. And I've had the opportunity to do it with a lot of the right people, and I appreciate that. Also like to recognize my family, my wife, mom and dad. With that, I appreciate it. It's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
It's been ours too. You know, first time I met Jim, we were getting in the elevator in the back going up, and I got in the elevator, and it was one of the first times I got in here. I wasn't really quite as snazzy as I am now. And he kind of looked at me strangely, and he ID'd me to get in the elevator. But I understand why the sheriff used to take you out as he says, his lunch partner, because you never know what you're going to say, and we got to keep you in the straight and narrow. So, Jim, I get to call you Jim now, not Major. So, Jim, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure being around with you and doing all the things that we've done here in the county. And you, too, shall be missed here. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you, Major, I say thank you for your service. You impressed me for your compassion, and it's very evident in your remarks. You see, many people are capable of giving service, but few can give service with conviction and compassion. And in your remarks, it was evident that you're a man of great compassion. And we as citizens in Volusia County are honored today for the service that you have provided us. And I wish you and yours well for the same love that you have shown to this county and to your friends. You know, it'll never be the same. You say you'll do it, and it's always as life presents itself. You just don't have the time. You don't see the crisis on day-to-day basis when you're separated. But you will always have in your heart the memories of the good times, and they will become sweeter as the days go by. So you enjoy your retirement as you partake upon your next journey. I wish you well, you and your family, and you keep that love and compassion in your heart forever. Go forth, young man, and do well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. Mr. Patterson.
I too want to thank you. I've been around here myself for a few years, and I've seen you all the time. I figured the only reason you were going out to lunch with Ben was that he was expecting you to pay for it. So, but thank you for your service. I you know, being in law enforcement now, I tell you, it's a tough job. It really is, and you've done it very well all those years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Deneen.
Jim, I want to say thanks for spending 30 years of your life here working for Volusia County. I think the citizens did well by that. I'll be quick to say that and try to sum it up by saying I think you exemplify the kind of professional we expect in law enforcement. And I think it's people like you, together your colleagues, that make us proud of one of the best law enforcement agencies in the country. Thank you.
And with that, we will take a short recess. Cut, 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 cut. Very well. Thank you for coming to order. As it shows here, item 3 is up, but we're going to deviate slightly at the request. And I call to the podium Mr. Jim Judge. We have a special presentation that needs to be dealt with today, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, and good morning, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here before you this morning, and we have a special presentation that we'd like to make. And it's going to come as quite a surprise, and we are grateful to Mr. Deneen for making this happen for us. And if I could, Chairman Davis, with your permission, ask Miss Deanie Lowe to come down to the podium for us.
Yes, please come down, Ms. Didi.
And while Deanie is making her way down, let me make a few comments that Ms. Deanie Lowe has served as a public servant and volunteer in many different roles and organizations over many years. She was a county elected official from 1989 through 2004, serving as both a county council member and as the supervisor of elections. She further assisted the county in response and recovery to the 1998 wildfires as the lead for our emergency support function number 15, which is volunteer and donations, and a big task. Deanie has worked for the Center of the Visually Impaired for more than 10 years as a board member, organizing numerous successful fundraising events and establishing organizational goals to keep the organization moving forward. She was also Miss Florida at one time. In 2013, Ms. Lowe stepped up to assist with forming the Volusia Community Organizations Active in Disaster. Through her leadership, the Volusia Co-ed has become a role model for other emergency management volunteer organizations throughout the state of Florida. Deanie Lowe empowers others to accomplish great things, and it's a standing joke of none rival her powers at being voluntold. Frank Bruno told me, Jim, just do what Deanie says and you'll be just fine. We all want to try to work as hard as she does on any project, and through her energy and determination are very hard to equal. And with me is Mr. Ken Skalitsky. Ken is the Emergency Management Director for Volunteer Florida, and I'd like to, at this time, turn it over to Ken.
Mr. Davis, members of the council, my name is Ken Skalitsky. I'm the Emergency Management Director for Volunteer Florida. And on behalf of the Governor, Rick Scott, and CEO Chester Spellman, I'd like to award the Champion of Service Award to Ms. Deanie
get up.
Lowe. The Champion Service Award is the Governor's highest recognition for volunteer service. We have the opportunity to award it to a number of people over a wide variety of situations. The exciting thing about this particular one is that I know Deanie, I've worked with Deanie, and her capacity as the ESF 15, the Emergency Support Function 15, volunteers and donations. So I'm very proud and excited, and I am so happy we were able to surprise her. So with that, on behalf of the Governor.
This was supposed to be for Jerry Brandon. Thank you. I came prepared to give a great speech for Jerry Brandon, my longtime friend, and he's pulled this on me. He says, you got to be there, Deanie. I need your support, and I'm here to support him. And I am crying. I can't get over this. This is such an honor. And I don't have anything to say because I wasn't planning, and that's not like me. I thank you very, very much for this great honor. Thank you.
Oh, don't go nowhere, Didi. Oh, Miss Didi, please, you have to come back to the podium. You don't get away that easy. Congratulations on the award. You've done a great job throughout your career, and well deserved, and big congratulations from me. Mr. Patterson?
Oh, now Pat.
Oh, now yeah, you're in trouble now, and my screen here died.
No, I'll tell you, we've known each other a long time, and I remember when I was first getting into the political scene, I watched you on the council when you were the chair, and you were a great leader then, and you still are a great leader in our community. The other thing that a lot of people don't know, when we went to Emmitsburg, Maryland, you're a great dancer. We had a lot of fun there. So thank you for everything you've been doing on the county and also outside for the county.
A joy.
Thank you,
An
Jeannie.
absolute joy.
Ms. Denny's, do you have something to say to Miss Florida?
Thank you. Deanie, the first words out of your mouth was, "I'm here to support."
Yeah.
And that's why you've received this reward, because it's just you. It's within you. It's not something you have to do. It's what you do. Even now, several years ago, I was so touched when you invited us when your son was over at Athens, when we went to that production. Again, you united the community for a wonderful cause, supporting our community. It's nonstop. You're always engaged. Thank you, very genuinely. You know, there's very few people that serve an elected office for a length of time that are as loved and respected when they leave as when they first went in. And I think you're probably ranked right up there at the top. So very seriously, thank you. You're here to support. What a great honor. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deanie, we've been good friends for a long
No.
ever since you were, I guess, first elected to the county council. We've known each other, and you have been an immeasurable help to me in numerous situations, telling me whenever I was going off the rails and when I needed to do something a little bit different. The coaching was very, very helpful. I really want to thank you. Thank you for the bottom of my heart for everything you've done for me over the years. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Deneen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can blame me for the surprise, Dean. This was such a,
Handkerchiefs if I'd known.
well, that's, everybody knew that you might be hesitant to come if you understood what the award was. So we all agreed that we wouldn't say anything to anyone. And on top of that, I believe that it was such an honor for the county. I mean, when the governor picks someone out for this kind of thing, it's you've always believed it's about everyone else and about the county. So I believed it was about all of us to a certain degree. Also, I want to thank you for all your participation on the charter review. You helped work out a very difficult solution for a lot of people in a way that I think makes sense for everybody. And usually, there's never a win-win situation, but in this case, I think there was. Thank you very much.
And we're doing this a lot today, so we're going to take a very short recess because we all want a picture with you.
Oh, thank
So
you.
we will be in recess for a very short few minutes. I'm dying up here. Tell me, guys.
Thank you. I need that.
Watching you guys this morning. I got Joshua.
It's been in the works since December.
It's last year that this has been. Okay. And then I'm over here and say, hey, let me make my buddy phone. Wait, back up there, buddy, back up there. Congratulations. I was never in the Navy. Do you know why the Marine Corps was actually invented?
No, I'm not, because they leave.
Congratulations.
We're not done yet up here. Wait a minute. All right, everybody, turn, face the camera. Look at Jeffy.
We're gonna take about 3 different pictures.
3 pictures.
We'll take 2 on this first one. Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3. Dean, please pivot the top towards me a little bit more. There you go. We're getting a reflection. Here we go on 3, 1, 2, 3. Hold it, please. Diane, you want to come up here?
Huh?
You want to come up here?
Sure. Why not?
You want Dean?
No, this is good. I don't want to fall.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Can you see me now?
Really?
Wonderful. Thank you.
That's a bright little light. Wow.
Here we go. And then we have another group after this, real quickly.
Another group?
On 3, 1, 2, 3. And one more for this one. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more. Good. Now, next group. Here we're ready.
Miss all we're doing for the rest of the day, just pictures. Oh, wait. All righty. Now we're going to move on. Running out of daylight. Burning daylight, as Mr. Patterson says. We will now move on to the business at hand of item 2A, resolution accepting the donation of Gemini Springs addition and to manage the property for conservation purposes in perpetuity. And do we have some speakers for this one, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I'm going to bring slips up to you.
Okay, let me, Jamie Seaman, would you like to have the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, late yesterday and at your day as this morning, you were provided with an updated version of the resolution. We wanted to make clear regarding the position that you took on May 19th regarding the utilization of the property for conservation purposes and not to support development. So there's an additional whereas clause regarding that and an additional declaration in the sections that the Volusia County does not support utilizing Gemini Springs addition for land development or redevelopment. Beyond that, we believe that this accurately reflects your motion on May 19th, and we brought it back for your review and approval.
Okay, very well. Is there any other staff report on this matter?
Mr. Chair, only in the sense that I'm surprised, but I do think that it's important to do this because even though we sent a letter that stated what our intent or the council's intent was, somehow that got interpreted as that we were changing our mind. How that ever happened, I don't have any idea. So I think what this will do is show definitively what your position is, and I think the clarification that Jamie added is really important. And I think that this really states it clearly, and I don't think if you pass it, you're going to change your mind.
Okay, very well. Okay, we will now move on to the public participation section of this. I have 20 of them that all say they're in support of this item. So what we'll do is we'll call you one by one. I want you to come up to the front row here and have a seat in the front row. Unless you would like to just say, I support it and sit down, then you don't have to speak any further. Okay, so that's your call. Charles Lee, you wish to speak on this matter? Have a seat in the front row. Patricia Stevenson. David Hartgrove. David Hartgrove? Is that? Yeah, David Hartgrove. You're not David Hartgrove? Are you David Hartgrove? Going once. No, I'll hold this off to the side for a minute. Mary Sue Scott. Sandra Gray. Charles, just come up with her. Charles Gray. Jacqueline Lewis. Where are you at, Miss Lewis? Morning. Welcome back. And James DeRocher. DeRocher? DeRocher? Okay. Is that French for DeRocher? Well, okay. French for DeRocher. Okay. Okay. We will give you the speech real quick. Okay, the Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. After you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak on this matter. The County Council will withhold their comments and questions and answers until after everyone has completed speaking. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. We now have the ground rules. First one up will be Mr. Charles Lee. And if we all lined up in row, that's how we will go, which it looks like we did this quite well, except for Mr. David Hartsgrove, who will be last. Charles.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Charles Lee, Director of Advocacy of Audubon, Florida, the statewide Audubon organization. My address is 1101 Audubon Way, Maitland, Florida. I come to you this morning to emphasize our belief that the protection of the conservation lands at the Gemini Springs Addition is a matter of statewide concern and importance. We applaud the recommendation to you from your staff. We have looked at the wording of the resolution as revised. We think that it is excellent. Our conservation lands that have been acquired at great effort and expense over the years are under continuing pressure to perhaps divert them to other uses. We are elated at the fact that in Volusia County has an excellent, exemplary track record of managing conservation lands as well as acquiring conservation lands. Therefore, in 2012, as the St. Johns River Water Management District was going through its land review process, when the suggestion came forward that these and some other lands in Volusia County that were in the possession of the St. Johns River Water Management District be transferred to the county for management in perpetual conservation. We thought that was a good idea then. We think that this is a good idea now. And we know that your input to the St. Johns River Water Management District through this resolution is very important. I hope that in addition to passing this resolution, you will consider sending an official emissary to the next governing board meeting of the Water Management District to deliver the resolution in person and to carry forward the request that their board in fact act with dispatch to wrap up the last ministerial duties associated with the commitment they made in 2012 to convey these lands to the county. We thank you for your effort on this, and we wish to join you in the effort to preserve these lands in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Patricia Stevenson.
Good morning. Patricia Stevenson, 29 Sanctuary in beautiful River City, DeBary. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you today. And briefly, I do have a bachelor's degree in biology from Stetson, and I am speaking in favor, as an individual citizen, in favor for the conservation. Good so far?
Keep going. You're good. You're
Okay,
good.
thank you. I have been involved as a citizen with the city and the TOD planning, and it's my perception that we need more communication between the city and the county. There somehow was a plan that came in to possibly fund our stormwater through development. And in the hearts of the citizens, in my heart, we knew that development on conservation land was wrong. And I stood in protest against this proposed development on our conservation lands. But our city is growing, and we're having some growing pains. As you've seen in the news, it's been a very tumultuous year and a half. I'd like for us to be able to work together, and now that we're beginning in our hurricane season, remember that our small city needs to address stormwater. Personally, I feel like a park and pond stormwater would be an acceptable compromise for this conservation land. If you look at the topography of DeBary, we have neighborhoods that surround Gemini, and the runoff, the fertilizer ordinances could be addressed, the septic tanks could be addressed, and the city and the county could work together, in my opinion, to improve the water quality by addressing stormwater. Now, once again, to be clear, I do not support any development on this conservation land, but your resolution also says that the county does not support stormwater use on this land. Well, there's stormwater ponds all over DeBary, And if we could consolidate and make those stormwater more efficient at filtering and cleaning, it could have a positive impact, in my opinion, on Gemini Springs and also the St. Johns River. On June 15th, we have a public meeting coming up in DeBary. And it's my hope in coming out here today that we could open up these channels for communication and possibly have a more open discussion about this. I do support the conservation, but we need to look at the environmental perspectives, make sure that we're doing the studies and not just jumping to conclusions, because environmental issues cannot be based on principle alone. There is technology and there are advancements in science that we can also rely on to help improve our environment and use it most wisely. Thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Sue Scott.
Hi, Mary Sue Scott, 211 Sunnydale Drive in DeBary. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of you on behalf of the thousands of people who have come together in opposition of this land deal. We very much appreciate your strong response to the city of DeBary. I believe in the last few weeks, our council has had the opportunity to educate themselves and look at the history on this land, and I think that come the June 15th meeting that we'll see a change. I firmly feel that they're going to oppose this. In fact, Mr. Dwyer publicly stated that he does oppose this. I wholeheartedly agree with your resolution, and I encourage you to sign it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sandra Gray.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Sandra Gray, 263 Bayou Circle in DeBary, and I will rest much more comfortably when this land is transferred over to Volusia County. Volusia County has been a great example for our state in what they've done with parks and conservation land, and I appreciate that. As you probably know, my husband and I were former owners of Gemini Springs. We love that land. We'll never quit loving it and want only the best for it. The way the whole thing started, it was kind of like the camel getting a nose under the tent. It was a little stormwater pond. Pretty soon it's 102 acres and its development, and it's really scary. I will feel a lot better when this resolution is carried through and the land is transferred to the county of Volusia, that I trust and know that you will do the right thing and nothing will be developed on conservation land. And thank you so much.
And Charles Gray.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I appreciate very much the opportunity to be here, particularly without a tie. This means I don't have to go to the office today. But this is a serious thing that we're concerned with right now. And once again, I can almost repeat what my wife said, but we acquired this property in 1969, and we lived there for 25 years. We always knew it should be a park. We never built a home down on the springs. Would have been wonderful to have one of the springs run right under your house and that sort of thing. But we knew it had to be a park, and that would fix it. So it is a park, and Volusia County, I want to compliment Volusia County on everything it's done in the development for recreation, keeping the spring house, keeping the barbecue house, keeping the bridges, everything that you've done to make it continue to be a park. And I had my young son out there, and we had 2 quadriplegics in their chairs coming down the sidewalk on the other side of the springs, and they were just marveling at the aquatic birds that were there and that sort of thing. And I just told my son, I said, this is what it's all about. So anyway, y'all have done a wonderful job, and I have great confidence in your management of this Gemini Springs and the addition. And I hope that you will make every effort to get title to this property in the name of Volusia County. It should always remain in conservation. And I want to thank you very much. And of course, we support the resolution.
Yes, sir. Jacqueline Lewis.
Good morning and thank you. I'm here in support of the resolution. I just wanted to commend you for what you've done as I travel from county to county throughout the state on initiatives for the environment and for protections of wildlife. Y'all are really the very best of the best in the state. I just wanted to share with you a little story. One day, a terrible fire broke out in a forest. A huge woodlands was suddenly engulfed by raging wildfire. Frightened, all the animals fled their homes and ran out of the forest. As they came to the edge of a stream, they stopped to watch the fire, and they were feeling very discouraged and powerless. They were all bemoaning the destruction of their homes. Every one of them thought there was nothing they could do about the fire except for one little hummingbird. This particular hummingbird decided it would do something. It swooped into the stream and picked up a few drops of water and went into the forest to put the fire out. Then it went back to the stream and did it again. It kept going back again and again and again. All the other animals watched in disbelief. Some tried to discourage the hummingbirds with comments like, "Don't bother, it's way too much, you're too little, your wings will burn, your beak is too tiny, it's only a drop, you can't put out this fire." And as the animals stood around disparaging the little bird's effort, the bird noticed how hopeless and forlorn they all looked. Then one of the animals shouted out and challenged the hummingbird in a mocking voice, "What do you think you're doing?" And the hummingbird, without wasting time or losing a beat, looked back and said, "I'm doing what I can." Y'all have been our hummingbirds for our environment and for our protection. I applaud and commend you for supporting this resolution and for continuing to save Volusia County for our future. Thank you.
And James DeRocher. And you are Mr. David Hartgrove, right? Very well.
Good morning, Council. I just wanted to reiterate what everybody else has said.
I need your name and address for the record,
Jim
sir.
DeRocher, 504 Cinnamon Circle, DeLand. And I want to commend you also and thank you for this. Your foresight is great. I don't know why it hasn't already been done, but this resolution hopefully will finalize things and get this done. I just retired last year, and so I finally had some time to do some reading. And one of the books I wanted to read for many years now has been A Land Remembered. And so I'm just about done with it, and I was thinking last night that there's so many correlations between what's going on now and what went on after the Civil War and things. And the carpetbaggers are still around. We call them venture capitalists now. That's what Rick Scott calls himself. And we got to stop them every way we can, and this is one way we can do it. So thanks, and let's go forward.
And Mr. David Hargrove. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? Okay, after Mr. Hargrove, we will move to council motions and actions.
Good morning. My name is David Hartgrove, 113 Centennial Lane, Daytona Beach. I'm the Conservation Chair for Halifax River Audubon. Volusia County has a good record in managing its conservation lands. Our chapter has been looking forward to this action by the council since its initial announcement 3.5 years ago. The shameful and deceptive practices employed by the city of DeBary in the recently disclosed proposed land deal certainly should not be rewarded. This resolution should kill this plan and protect the land for all of us. We certainly hope you'll vote for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other comments from the public? Any more public? Very well. We will now move on to Mr. Fred Lowry.
Yes, sir. I move for the resolution accepting the donation of Gemini Springs Edition managed property for conservation purposes in perpetuity.
Motion for acceptance of the resolution, a second by Mr. Patterson. You still have the floor, Mr. Lowry?
I'm good.
Mr. Patterson, you have the floor?
No,
You're like.
I'm glad to see this happening, and Councilmember Lowry, thank you for making the motion to move forward with this.
I just, honestly, myself, I believe this has been a long time coming. It's about time. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. Just one comment, and that's original intent. Thank you, Mrs. Gray, for your comments, and I think it's important that we go back to the origination of how the land, came into the public domain to begin with. So thank you for that, for your generosity, and I think we're going back to the original intent, and I think it's great that council is securing that for the future. Thank you.
Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of acceptance of the illusion, let me read this into the record. All those in favor of resolution accepting the donation of Gemini Springs Addition and to manage the property for conservation purposes in perpetuity, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed, and so carried, unanimous. Thank you very much, folks, for coming in. We do appreciate your comments, and we will do our best to preserve this land. All right, we're going to now move on to item 2B, or not 2B. 2B? 2B. Okay, and that's a follow-up discussion on the Sunrail parking lot in DeBerry. DeBerry's, we're talking about DeBerry a lot today.
I'd rather be DeBerry than us.
Yeah. Well, no, I would rather not be DeBerry today.
Mr. Chair?
You have the floor, Mr. Deneen.
On this item, Sunrail parking lot, as you know, we've been asked by FDOT in the expansion of the parking lot at Sunrail to decide whether we want to move forward, because we've been asked as part of that condition of building that parking lot that we do the maintenance. We mentioned to you the cost of the maintenance. I know it's a concern to myself, and I think to all the council members. I know a couple of the council members I've talked to, a couple from that district have been trying to work on finding, I think, a fairer way between us and DeBerry, and I would hope that we could get there. But beyond that and beyond the issue about naming it, I think we've come to that fork in the road, so to speak, and we've got to take it. And we've got to decide what we're going to do. The concern that myself and Dan, I think, expressed to all you individually is the essence of Sunrail is commuter for Volusia County. That can't get lost in these discussions, because without that, it really undermines the original intent of why this county voted to put money into Sunrail. So the concern we had obviously was that if you accept this parking lot, and I'm not making the assumption you will, but if you do, that we believe that while we are asked to maintain it, it's also to manage it, and that we would advise you to at least make some statement that make sure people understand that we would not believe in using allowing cars to use it for 24-hour periods or longer, unless I guess we could work out a situation if we had a commuter. I mean, there's always ways to find out to help citizens. If you have a commuter, for example, that had to do an inventory twice a year and they had to be there for 2 days, or there was something special at a hospital, we could make exception for that, and we'd be willing to work that out. But if they start using that parking lot as to subsidize the, they want to originally put, they want to in the future connect the airport, the Orlando airport. Well, in essence, that's really not that's not part of a commuter network in most cases, and in that case, you could end up in a situation where you would be, especially if you're not charging, subsidizing parking for an airport when we would never do that for our own airport. I'm sure the council wouldn't want to do that. So as we move forward, I think Dan has some language you could use to talk to you about how we ought to transmit this if you decide to accept the parking lot, which means we would accept the maintenance. And then I would not like, if you do accept that, I don't think we should give up on DeBerry helping us on that maintenance. I think they can afford it. It's in their city. And I'm not sure we were ever really told no if we had an opportunity to approach them. Now, at this point, I know their attention's not focused on things like this. So I'm not sure we can get a real good answer right this moment. But I don't think we should give up. So for what it's worth. So what you need to have, I think, today is a discussion about telling us at the administrative side what we are telling FDOT in relationship to this parking lot. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Eckert, do you have something to add in there before we go to the council?
If it is the pleasure of the council, the the action with respect to the agreement is to approve the amendment to the joint use agreement that was on your agenda 3 meetings ago, I believe. It does not require a motion for reconsideration. A motion to approve it would be in order today. Separate, either as part of that motion or as a separate action, we're suggesting that you describe your position to be that the parking lot at the DeBerry station be not that you exercise your prerogative as responsible for the maintenance and security of it, to not allow its use for overnight parking other than for those who may use it to access overnight employment in times to come. As the rails, we don't know of any overnight users at this point to access the hospital facilities, for example, in Orlando, but that may be an exception that you have to create. It's an issue which pertains both to the existing lot and to the expansion, that if it becomes available for extended parking, it will crowd out the use for which it's intended. The agreements that we have with the Florida Department of Transportation and those other local funding partners that form the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission would require a 4/5 vote to allow a parking charge, and in times to come, there may be agreement to that. Because the same problem will persist up and down the line if and when there's a separate agreement pertaining to rail service to the airport. But we believe it's within your prerogative, and you should state that's your position, to preclude overnight parking so as to preserve the use that's intended for it. But the action which is required today is approval of the amendment to the joint use agreement.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I know I tacked on that little amendment there regarding renaming. And come to realize that to rename it was going to run about $650,000. So that just didn't make walking around sense to me to that. And I would like to defer back to Councilmember Cusack, because she made the original motion, if you wish to do that, and I would gladly second that motion. But just saying that as someone who has been going down to Orlando for the Sunrail Commission meetings and coming back at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that parking lot right now is about 90% full. Sometimes it just amazes me. And that's people who work down in Orlando coming back up every day. So I know we need that additional parking. I'm just hoping that that the city of DeBerry partners with us on that, because it is something that is beneficial to their area. So, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, if there is such a motion, the previous motion passed with the condition that there be a renaming of the station. And so your motion today, if it's your pleasure, would be to pass it without that condition attached.
I think that's what Mr. Patterson was referring to.
I'm just making sure that the action is outlined.
Ms. Cusack, you will have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Patterson. I'm in agreement that we should pass that motion as presented without the caveat of renaming of the station. And that would be my motion.
So the motion on the floor for passing without the renaming in the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And the second for Mr. Patterson. You still have the floor, Ms. Kuzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Patterson, for your vision in as much as we need to be amenable to discussions and also trying our very best to hold DeBerry feet to the fire in as much as this should be a partnership of citizens in Volusia County and particularly in DeBerry. And I don't think that we as citizens in this county should take the full responsibility of the maintenance of this building, of this parking lot, without the citizens that live in that city who has the naming of that station to be left free and no financial attachment. I think so, as good stewards, we must do all we can to make sure that DeBerry understand that we are in agreement that we do need the additional parking lot. And what goes on in DeBerry will utilize and help all of us in Volusia County and its citizens. We are committed to the citizens of Volusia County, and we need the spaces, but we also need the cooperation of the Commission of DeBerry, that they understand that they too has an obligation and a commitment to the citizens of this county, in as much as presently it is the only station in Volusia County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with what Mrs. Cusack just said. I've communicated with the mayor and vice mayor both over DeBerry and tried to communicate to them, first of all, our resolution that we passed a minute ago that I explained to them that I felt, based on public comments that I'd heard up here, it was pretty much going to be unanimous. And I appreciate rescinding the renaming aspect of that too. I'm in full support of this. I think I'd be gracious a little bit. They're just going through a difficult time right now. Being from the Deltona City Commission, I understand what that can be like. And unless we get on our high horse too much, I remember this group being a little bit distracted a few years ago. So we go through those times, and I think we just need to kind of hold off a little bit, not run too fast with this, and let DeBerry have time to work through some issues that they're dealing with. And I too oppose the overnight parking aspect. I think we're right on target with what we're doing. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Seeing no further comment, motion to the floor is to pass the resolution with the removal of the renaming rights on the resolution. Motion by Ms. Cusack, second by Mr. Patterson. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried unanimous. Moving on. Now we will move
Mr.
on.
Chair?
Sir.
Just for the clarity of your record, the original item was on your April 7th agenda, and it was item number 41. So just since you don't have the item before you, I just wanted to clarify for the record that you're... Now, if I may, Mr. Chair, we would suggest that so that you can, that the record is clear that you, that there be a motion to authorize Mr. Patterson as your member of the Rail Commission to direct a letter to Secretary Downs and the other members of the Rail Commission, which would articulate the position that we would that you would give notice of your future intention to prohibit overnight parking at the DeBerry lot for all except those who may use rail to access overnight employment. So in other words, if there comes a time that the rail service is convenient for people who work overnight in Orlando, that you'll have to develop a system for that. But otherwise, it's for daily use, and the contemplation is that people will come and go to be able to use the rail service, not for long-term use. Perhaps unless and until there's a parking system, but there's no such agreement at this point.
So what you're saying is Mr. Patterson has to convey this to the Rail Commission.
Well, I'm suggesting that you go ahead and give notice of that. This is the way you understand the agreements to operate at this point. I don't. There may not be any disagreement on that, but I think it's helpful to go ahead and outline this at this point, so the
Okay,
parties
so
are
there
on
needs to be a
notice.
motion on this matter.
Yes, sir, I'm
Okay,
requesting.
so we'll entertain said motion. Mr. Patterson?
I think
You're
there's
it.
somebody already ahead of me.
No, that was Dan Eckert. And now
Oh,
it's
that was
gone.
Dan?
That
Okay.
was Dan.
All right, I'll move that, the suggestion of the motion that.
You'll write the letter?
Yeah, I'll write the letter.
I'll second that
It would
motion.
have to be edited, I'm sure, after I wrote it. So, and I agree with it. I think there may be some people now who are probably taking a late train down to the Florida hospital and coming back, and I think.
We
you
can
know,
make that work.
And we can, probably a sticker that would be available for somebody who has employment showing that they're there for, a reason, going down it. Because when the road development of I-4 takes off, it's going to be a mess down there. And I think you'll see more people riding the Sunrail. So I think it's important that we set the tone here. So thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Cusack?
I would second that with the caveat that we would have in that letter somehow the wording as it relates to employment of health professionals that must use so it will be specific as to what we're talking about, not folk that are going to be going over there and staying or traveling, that kind
Well, I
of
mean,
thing.
it's not only
But-
health professionals there that.
Well, that's one area that would be definite should be included in there.
Right.
That as
But
it
any
relates to health
overnight employment,
professionals.
yeah.
Because of the hospital, many people use
Oh, yeah.
those hospitals in that area and work there. And I do second that motion, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we won't have like a party animal sticker there? Just so those want to go down in the night and just really, okay. Just checking. You know that's going to come up as a question somewhere.
We'll deal with it.
Okay. All right, is there any further discussion on this matter? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated by Mr. Eckert, which is?
Which is that you direct a letter from Mr. Patterson as your member to the Rail Commission, which would give notice of Volusia County's future intention to prohibit overnight parking at the DeBerry Commuter Rail Station for all except for those who use rail to access overnight employment.
So stated, Mr. Patterson, and seconded by Ms. Cusack. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed? So carried unanimous. Okay. Anything else on the Sunrail discussion? You done with Sunrail, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to move on now to a mini budget workshop and the airport division. Now, I've got 5 names here, but I do not have Rick Carl's name down here. Of all people, I don't have on the airport. Rick Carl's name is not here.
Well, he's on Airport Division, second name.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Me.
Oh, yours is overpowered because it's bright red.
You betcha.
You got it. So I'll give you the floor, Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's right, sometimes. This mini budget, I am extremely pleased to do. Today, you saw that we sent you a very large, not a presentation, but an overview. And we hoped everyone got an opportunity to read it. It was very worthwhile material. We're not going to take the time to go through that today. We're going to give you some highlights. What you'll see is, first of all, I handed you a letter and an article from the newspaper. The letter, when you get a chance, you might want to read. I authorized, Jay Cassens wrote this response as an op-ed because we were asked about fares at a regional airport like ours. And our fares are very competitive, but we are not a major hub like Orlando's airport, but we do stack up very well when it comes to fares. And Jay did a tremendous job, I thought, making that clear to the public on how fares work. And quite frankly, you have to purchase those fares a little early if you want the better deals. As the planes fill up, it's a supply and demand. So he did a very good job, and I think it shows we're below the national average, which is hard to comprehend with a regional airport. The other was an article in the paper which touches on some of the things that makes us really good. And it says here at the beginning, Mr. Dan Burke arrived at Daytona Beach International Airport some 2 hours ahead of his Delta flight scheduled for 11:36 a.m. departure. Then he faced the Transportation Security Administration line, which took him all of 3 minutes. Well, I have to apologize because I've been on Rick to try and cut that down to 2 minutes. But you will see that the things that we do in terms of how we run the airport are really important. The message today, we're in a fight, and we need to understand the fight we're in. You can't win the fight if you don't understand who your opponent is. We are in a really tough fight, and it's an interesting fight in this country about what's going to happen with air service. What you're going to see is that there is so much more demand than there's probably capacity, that the airlines have to change. They'll be putting in bigger planes, but a big part of it has to do, as Rick and them will tell you, with less pilots. We have been waiting, and I shouldn't say waiting, we have been preparing and engaging in strategies on everything from how the airport functions to how it looks to how we're going to do land use out there to get other business to help offset costs so that we stay competitive. As Bob Dylan would say, you're either busy growing or busy dying. There ain't no choice. And this air market's going to get really tough. Now, we have every intention. Those that survive are going to be strong, and they're going to provide good air service. We have every intention of surviving. We're going to talk about the strategies. Ours has been a success. We've bucked the trends for regional airports. But we need to know the fight we're in and what our strategy is. And then you'll see further on the resolution with the airline incentive program. And that's a key part of us staying in the game and fighting the good fight. So with that, if you get a chance, read that editorial comment or the op-ed that Jay did, because I really think it is good information to have at your fingertips if somebody asks you. And I really say today that we've got a good story, but that we have to stay lean and trim, and we have to fight the good fight. And we are going to stay on top and grow. Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Deneen. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation. I'm here today with Karen Feaster, Deputy Airport Director, and Jay Cassens, who's the Director of Business Development for the airport. I want to echo what Mr. Deneen said. We've built our staff up over the past 6 years since I've been here. Got a great team, and this is the top group here. We just wanted to have more of an informal discussion with you. We wanted to give you all the information in this lengthy report, and we're just going to highlight on some of the major points as we go through this, so that you can ask questions when you're ready. There's really just three major things we want to convey here today, and that is the air service development is becoming increasingly competitive. It's very difficult. There's a lot of stuff going on industry-wide. It's making this very, very tough for small non-hub airports. Secondly, we're a business. The airport's a business, and we got to make money. And the way we make money is through the airline revenue, and Karen will touch on that. And in order to get additional service, it's mandatory to have incentives. We've got to have incentives. So that's the next item on your agenda. So we're going to walk through this real quickly, and please stop us if you have any questions. And we're going to go forward here. I don't know what's going on with the screen up there, but your screen's coming. Okay? Okay. All right. Very good. It's the industry consolidation has been really hard on small non-hub airports, which is what we are. You can see that we've gone from 11 major airlines down to 4. Fortunately, we've got American and Delta here, and so we got 2 at the top there, but and we're trying to chase down United. Southwest is just not interested in, and it doesn't fit within their model for small non-hub airports.
Rick, there's a couple things in this presentation, like this slide, that you might want to keep in a separate folder when people talk to you about the airport. That slide tells you more in 1 second about can you look at what's happened. We all forget how many airlines there were. You're down to just a few. Rick?
Thank you. So you can see that those 4 have 82% of the market. JetBlue, of the other 18%, JetBlue has 23% of that. So again, JetBlue is highest rated by J.D. Powers over the past 7 years. Very, very got a good compliment, very competent of domestic airlines here. This is a very interesting slide because it's the red line shows the load factor that's happened back from, if you look back to the 90s, the airplanes, they're packing more people in the airplanes. It's just nationwide, system-wide. Back in the, in the 90s, it was around 60%. Now you're up over 85%. We've got load factors with American and Delta that are at 90, 95%. They're just not, they're just packing these airplanes full. And the reason that's happening is if you look at the blue line, the blue bar there, that shows the capacity. What's happened is that with the merger of Delta and Northwest in 2008, United merged with Continental in 2010, and Southwest acquired AirTran in 2011. You can see the drastic drop back there, 2007, 8, 9, and 10. They just reduced the number of seats nationwide. Right. And the consequence of that is that they've reduced seats for small non-hub airports nationwide. Nationwide, this has happened. They've given more seats, more capacity to the larger airports, and we are among the ones that are losing. And if you look at the actual change by airport size, 26% reduction, 26% reduction. It's just breathtaking. The good news, and also pilot shortage. This is the other factor we're seeing. They're bringing bigger airplanes, fewer flights, bigger airplanes, bigger airports. So we're fighting for our life here. This pilot shortage thing is serious. They projected that by the time, by 2020, we're going to be without a number of pilots to fly the needed routes.
What this slide really shows, that really jumped out at me, was that we've had an artificial blip in terms of pilots because they extended that mandatory retirement age. And what happened is you bought 5 years that you wouldn't have had. And that made a big difference. But now that's running out.
It's very difficult to get young people interested in becoming pilots now because it's so challenging. The pay is low when you first come out, and it takes a long time to get up the food chain. So this pilot shortage is a real thing. Fortunately, we've bucked the trend. We have been very fortunate. We've got a great relationship with Delta, with American, and now JetBlue. So our capacity, since I've been here, has gone up 23%. We've had an increase in passenger traffic, 27%, consistent month over month, year over year increase, 33% total compared to February of this year versus 2010. And also we had an increase in load factors. So the airlines are happy with what we're doing with, and they are giving us additional capacity. And we need to continue to our activities. Jay's out pounding the pavement, not only trying to get new air service, but also trying to make sure that our existing carriers are happy. And we've got ground transportation, ground handling, the baggage handling, and other things that we provide for these airlines to make sure that they are happy and that they're very profitable here. This is extremely interesting. If you look at this dealing with airfares. We have and this goes to Jay's op-ed piece that he wrote. Orlando is not only one of the largest airports in the country, it's one of the cheapest. And so if you compare our rates just to Orlando, that's not a fair comparison. If you look nationwide, we are below the national average, and that's what Jay's op-ed piece talks about. You've got a graph there that shows where we fit with the national average and everything else, right in the middle. And if you look at like Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Gainesville, you can't really go by Sanford. It's more of that doesn't include all the baggage fees and other things they charge, and that's more of a charter type operation. But you compare us with any other like-size airport in the Southeast United States, we're below that price point. This is an interesting slide. This is calculated based upon the economic impact study that FDOT did in 2014 and also on our Ocean Center. This is the amount of money, almost $30 million, that a single flight brings into this community.
It's hard to believe.
on an annual basis. One flight, it's 30 million bucks. And if you look at the economic impact of the airport, the FDOT study, and that's in your slide, $1.1 billion economic impact. This airport alone, Daytona Beach International Airport, $1.1 billion in economic impact. And that's by the FDOT study. And this airport is an important economic driver. And you'll see later we're talking about Taxiway Sierra and the other things we're doing with Embry-Riddle and the Speedway. This is all comes together. It's all part of a huge story, and it's really good news. All that being said, we've got to carry our own weight. We've got to earn our own money. So I want Karen to come forward and just talk about how, just briefly, how we do business, why we're set up this way, and how our airport operates as a business. So Karen Feaster.
Thank you.
Rick, there's a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kuzak.
Tell me, Rick, does this include in and out of flights and everything associated with the airport operation as it relates to travel, or this includes the land and the property that is rented that's around the airport? Is that included in that volume number?
No, ma'am. That is money that's coming into the community. Karen's going to go through the revenue that we get. We generate about $1 million a year for the airport, and Karen's going to walk through that.
Let me. I think I know the question which she's getting at. That 29 million, is that what you're talking about? What that means is that's how much impact is spent by all those people that come in for rental cars, for hotel rooms, for gasoline, for food. In other words, because that's 130 people a day coming in. Now, when someone can argue is, well, if they didn't fly in through us, they flew in from Orlando and came here, you'd still get impact. So that's the impact. We didn't do the figure. That's a legitimate figure. But think about this. Even if they would have come in through through Orlando, in most cases, they wouldn't have all come in. So that new flight got us something, you know what I mean? So you figure if the ultimate's 29 million, what if we get 3 million? You know what I mean? Every flight makes a big difference in terms of money that's spent here, by lots of money that's spent by people.
Whether they're in from our airport or surrounding airport.
Correct.
This actually shows that we've calculated 58%, according to this DOT study, 58% of our passengers are non-locals, and the Ocean Center study shows that it's $215.
Yes, that's it.
Per day, and they stay an average of 5 days. So you multiply that out. That's what's currently happening now. That's coming in and it's going into the community directly.
And what you're getting is, with additional flights and the hotels and everyone's seeing this, you're actually getting additional people into the community. So in other words, it isn't one that they just came from Orlando. Those additional flights bring people here that would not have come here.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Very good question, quite frankly.
Briefly touch on the, thank you, on the fiscal year 15 budget. Okay, so on the expense side, we have about $10 million in operating expenses and another 3.6 in debt service. The debt service was for the terminal project, which opened in 1992, and it matures in 21, so we're getting very close. Also, we have our local share of grant projects. So if a project is funded by the FAA, our local portion is 5%, and if it's a DOT project, it's 50% of the non-federal share. Our top priorities this year for grant projects that we're waiting to hear back from are the master plan. Our local portion of that would be about $90,000, and that is a required document by the FAA. And it's basically a guidebook that will take us into the future to make sure that we can meet all the future aviation demand. And the second one is Taxiway November, and this is a regular maintenance project. The $29 million is the total estimated cost, with 1.4 is the local portion. And actually, we estimate that to be over a 4-year period. They're talking about design 1 year and then a 3-year construction phase.
And this, if I could point something out with this, that's our main air carrier taxiway. Supports big airplanes. We got a 10,500-foot runway that we just rehabilitated a few years back. Big airplanes. We can accommodate the large aircraft that is trending. It's not a short runway that's 6,000 feet, 10,500 feet, major runway. brand new, 2 ILS systems. These investments that people don't see allow us to compete for these larger aircraft and fill those airplanes up.
What you're getting to is between the two investments we have, probably over $50 million investment in the ground. And here's this is all part of how we fight the fight. Instead of just being satisfied with a 6,000-foot runway and trying to maintain that, we went for the larger one, fought the fight, because the trend is going to be in airports like this, big planes. Because a flight crew that has 200 people on a plane or 400 people on a plane is still a flight crew. It's still one airplane, and that's where the trend's going. The people that miss it are going to die. We're making sure that the automatic baggage system that we got, which is very sophisticated, you're going to need for the big planes coming in. This taxiway system, you need one so they can get to the airport. You better have the one with all the new systems in it that's big enough to hold the big planes. Those that aren't ready aren't going to survive. They're going to be left behind. This is what I wanted to make sure you understood. We are making sure that we are building tomorrow's airport today. This is where it's going. See, a lot of places aren't getting that on the regional side. This is where it's going. If you watch what's going on with pilots, this is where it's all headed. I'm very happy with all the investments we're making. And for a lot of citizens, I don't think they understand how much money the feds are putting in the ground out there. And now we're doing our local share.
And it's serious. What Mr. Deneen is saying is serious. There's 29 communities from Modesto, California to Macon, Georgia that have lost air service. They've lost since 2013, 29 communities.
Just since 2013. Keep going here.
Okay. All right, so on the revenue side, 2.8 million is direct airline, and that includes everything from terminal rent, jet bridges, apron, ground handling, and air cargo. And Daytona, we are very competitive. Going off of a 2013 DOT study, which is the last or latest, most current version they have, landing fees, for example, Daytona, ours is $1.19 per 1,000 pounds, and the average of all the airports that they surveyed is $1.84, and Orlando is at $1.58 this year. So very competitive. Square footage, another example, we're at $43 a square foot, average $87.99. So that will come into play when Jay gets into the air service development factors. And then 7.1 is indirect airline revenue, and that includes such things as our passenger facility charges, parking, food and beverage, news and gift, and advertising and all of the other concessions. Another figure, $22.91. That is what we receive off each passenger in the indirect airline revenue, excuse me. And the example of that, we're using the same load factor as Rick talked about, the 130 passengers. That in revenue to the airport, to our enterprise fund, is over $1 million a year. That's one flight. And that number will sort of come in play once Jay gets into the incentive package. And that is why it is so important that we maximize every seat we have and all of the capacity. Okay, and then for non-airline revenue is 7.4. This is fiscal year 15. Of that, 5 million is the operating. We have a lot of this is from our leases. We have approximately 70 leases. That includes everything from the 4 hotels on airport property, portions of Embry-Riddle, portions of the Speedway, 2 restaurants. We had the Outback, and then the recently opened Hooligans. And everyone was there for the ribbon cutting just recently, so we're excited about having all of those. And then the last bullet point here is most important. Approximately 33% of our revenue comes from the non-airline sources, and 67% is from the direct and indirect airline fees. So that shows that we are very reliant, obviously, on the airline revenue, and that is why it is so critical that we do everything in our power to increase air service. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay to touch on the air service development.
All right, I'm Jay Cassins, Director of Business Development. Good morning, County Chair, County Council. Today I'm going to talk about air service development. What is the purpose of air service development? The purpose of air service development is to enhance travel options and support economic development. Air service development just doesn't mean attracting new air service. It's about maintaining and ensuring the routes that you currently have are successful. It's about recapturing leakage from other regional airports. It's about adding additional schedule options for the passengers. It's about upgrading aircraft. It's about adding capacity. With air service development, we have to influence our own destiny. We have to be out there meeting with the airlines, because if we're not, somebody else is. It's about maintaining relationships. So this is an ongoing life cycle that never ends with air service development. With air service development, it's very interesting because the community's interests and the airlines' interests differ greatly. Airlines want high ticket prices to increase their margins. The community wants reasonable ticket prices. The airlines want to serve as few cities as possible in a region. The community wants multiple options. The airlines want to serve a hub and distribute you from there. The community wants additional nonstop service. The airlines want high load factors and low competition, they want low competition, and the communities want lots of competition to have additional options. In 2014, the FAA did a cooperative research and looked at all of the airline revenues and all of the airline expenses and found that per passenger worldwide, the airlines make $5.94 per passenger. $5.94 per passenger. That's what they make. The margins are tight. That's the point of the story. It's important that we reduce the cost for the airlines and help offset the risks if they want to consider Daytona Beach as a new destination. So, air service development is not just an airport function, it's a community function. Air service, like I said before, is a never-ending cycle. It takes years of discussions and headquarters meetings to get new air service, to bring new air service. You look at JetBlue and how long it took us to get them. It's a long process. It's just not a matter of picking up the phone and saying, hey, do you want to come to our community? It doesn't work that way. It takes years of building the case. It starts with speed dating, 20-minute presentations where we meet with the airlines and have 20 minutes to make a case and talk about the community. The airlines have all the information about the passengers and where they're traveling and how much money they can make here in the community. It's my job, it's our job to sell the community, to be a champion for the community, and talk to the airlines about all the great things that are going on, because there's only a handful of them that make all the decisions, even at the largest carriers like Delta. So it's our job to bring the information about the community and what's going on here, because they're not out there, they don't have the time to research it. So, you know, especially in a environment like ours, in a highly competitive region, marketing is very, very important. We always say, you know, look before you book. So check the ticket prices out of Daytona before you go right to Orlando or another airport. Air service is a community effort, and it's a partnership. And the next slide that I have up here is a piece that the Daytona CBP, the airport, and Visit Florida put together as a co-op marketing advertisement that will be airing in New York during some local weather casts. So here it is, and there's no sound.
Stop it. Get it, Marcy.
Is there sound on this?
Start it. Put it on stop again.
I can probably, can I fix it here? No.
All right. It was a good ad.
Yeah, this is a.
I'll play it again so you just see it. It's a
No, stop right there. We'll
email it to you
reconnect
guys.
the sound at the end. We'll show it at the end. I want them to see what we're marketing with. All right, continue on.
All right. So next, we talked before about offsetting some of the risks. and the incentive program that we're talking about here is exactly doing that, just as we did with JetBlue, is offsetting some of the risks, because we're not just, Daytona Beach is not just competing against Orlando International Airport. We're competing against Austin, Texas, Detroit, Michigan, Seattle, Washington. So it's a fight that we have to do all we can to put ourselves in position to be able to step up to the plate and offer incentives to hopefully put us over the top to get that next nonstop destination. So the objectives of the incentive program are to offset the startup risks for the airlines. It shows, not only does it offset some of the startup risks, but it shows the community is engaged with air service development and committed to making a new route successful. Again, the airline doesn't serve the airport, they serve a community, so they've got to see that there's community support to make it successful long term. Yes?
What Jay's telling you right now is the key on how we got JetBlue. It's not just us. The incentive packets that we're going to put up, we hope to be matched by, if we get another flight to like Boston or whatever, we expect the community to step up, which we think they will. You saw the impact, everyone, but this is our future in terms of really making a change for the long run here in Daytona Beach, where we'll be a viable regional airport that can make it all fit together in this community. We're on the right path. This is a very good story, but we need to make sure, and be fair, we have an obligation to the other carriers that if they have an opportunity to expand, like JetBlue did, that we should offer them an incentive too. The FAA is very sincere about that. We should make that fair to everyone. So that's another part of this.
Yes.
The one thing too that was earlier said that is really, really important, and I think we need to make sure we carry this to people when we talk to people about our airport. Between JetBlue, Delta, and American, those three airlines have 50% of the entire market. So you couldn't have three stronger carriers. We are lucky to have them. We need to hold on to them. But these are real players that have survived. And I don't think most people know the whole world's changing on air service, but you have those three together control 50% of the market.
Yes.
Any final comments, Jay?
Just real quick, over 80% of the airports, other airports, offer incentive packages as well. So it's just not Daytona, it's actually Orlando International offers incentive package. So it's a very important piece to attracting new air service. So I know I'm long-winded, so.
No, we got it, I think.
What we wanted to show you today was here's some of the targeted premium markets that we're going after.
And this was based on two different sources. We're recommending these be our targeted market. It's number one, what is actually where are people actually flying from now, coming to and from Daytona Beach? And secondly, Embry-Riddle did a cooperative marketing survey and surveyed well over 1,000 people. And this is what they came up with preferences. So Boston is clearly our top market, Washington, D.C. If you combine Baltimore and Washington, you get a higher number, but you can see how it plays out. We've got pretty good demand in this order, so we'd like for you, as we go forward with the next agenda item, it actually lists these cities that are our top premium markets. If we want to get another market, we'll come back and talk to you about it, but this is what we're recommending.
Yeah, I think the markets that have the most potential here for us for additional nonstop service is Boston, Washington, D.C., Dallas, and Chicago. Those are really, I think they have the most potential. Okay, so the incentive package, really the point here in this slide is really the bold down at the bottom. So what is the value of each incentive package? There's really three different levels. There's added daily nonstop service. There's added non-daily, so that's like 3-4 times a week, and then there's seasonal service. So obviously the daily is going to have the most value involved, and that's going to be the $300,000. That's the economic incentive revenue guarantee. So that's why that one is $1.2 million.
And if you just look at the investment from the economic development side of the house, the $300,000 that economic development would put in on that, $300,000 investment for a $1 million a year return. That's pretty good
Correct.
return.
That's really what we're looking at. This is actually funds that would come out of our economic development program to promote this. I also think we have an obligation to the other airlines, especially if you want to treat them fair and want to keep them. And you know, in the end, you know, I am so proud of how far we've come and that we are preparing ourselves. You know, I was fortunate enough to work with and direct, I think, one of the best regional airports in the country, which was Dayton, very successful. And there's a strategy behind it. You make sure you grow for tomorrow, not for today. And we're on the right path. But I will tell you that it is interesting, and I'm learning some lessons myself on air service on what's to come. And I think there's going to be a big shock to the traveling public that there's going to be way more demand than there is air service. And it's going to be a changing world. And a couple of things that also make us really important. You do all these things to attract the airlines. You got to be good. You got to have the infrastructure. But things that we do, the TSA line is not a small thing anymore. It means time that you don't have to spend getting to the airport early. The other thing is the fact that we handle baggage and bid on the baggage handling for airlines makes an enormous difference because it makes it easier to pick Daytona Beach. You know, we're one of the only airports that does that. I mean, and last but not least, the other thing that makes you survive in this environment is our ability to react quickly to change and to be up with the trends. And I think the basis of that is the fact that that there's no in-between between the airport and the county council. I can come here and in 2 weeks I can get a decision. You run the airport. What that matters is, it matters on us capturing the deal, being able to make the changes that we need to make and to stay vibrant. I am really pleased with the story we have to say right now and how well we're doing, but we have to keep up the good fight. With that, unless I open it up for questions with the council members, and we'll explain more on the 300 incentives specifically when it comes time to vote on that.
I, for one, am very happy that we run the airport, and because in business, having been there, time is money.
Absolutely.
If you've got to wait 30, 60, 90 days to make a decision to get something to happen, you lost the deal. And kudos to you guys for working very hard to keep that deal going. Is there any other council comments? Okay, with that then, but wait, don't go anywhere. We have more for you. We will now close the mini budget workshop and move on to item number 4, resolution, airline incentive program, expenditure $300,000.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, did we get our commercial?
Oh, are we ready with the commercial?
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Now, what I want you to see is we are taking, this is all our marketing campaign. New York, Charlotte, and Atlanta are very important markets for us because they're all direct flights. And so we're marketing very heavily, and the airlines want this more than anything else. They want the community to market for them. Yes. So this is the kind of ads that we're running.
Ready?
This is in New York, right?
Yes, it's running during the weather reports in New York.
Yeah, when it's winter, especially.
It's always winter.
Fly nonstop on JetBlue to Daytona Beach International Airport. Just a few minutes from family fun on Daytona Beach, the original American beach.
That's it?
It's a short clip.
That's all you need is these short clips.
short
Just
clip.
The
gets
importance
people.
about this is it's a cooperative ad. We got money from Visit Florida and the CVB and the airport, so we all came together to leverage the money. So, and it's really
Little ads like that, they're fun, that are very effective. People look at that and think, whoa, I hadn't thought about that. It's a direct flight. And they play them a lot.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a new world for us. I mean, we're really trying to stay up with the times.
The expensive 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's filler time, really.
You rarely see the airlines actually out there marketing and doing advertising, so it's really on the shoulders of the community
Right.
to do the marketing for the airlines. So that's why we believe that marketing is really, really important for us because we're in such a competitive region.
Well, the other thing is changing. Look at the number of pilots and the demand, and what does that tell you about the airlines? They have more people than they know what to do with. And so if we want to stay in the game, we got to do the marketing. We got to be aggressive because they're going to pick and choose. When you lose that many airports since 2013, if you don't know that you could be on that short list, you're foolish. And once you lose it, once you're out of the game, you're out of the game. You ain't getting back in. So we're not going to allow that to happen here. It's good news, and I'm very pleased with where we are. And I appreciate how hard the council has been worked on this with me, and how quick you are to respond when we need your help. And we are ready to try and get that next flight to somewhere else, Boston specifically.
DC.
DC. That's a
DC.
possibility too.
DC.
Yep,
D.
DC. Great market.
Ms. Denny's, you turned on your light and then turned it off. You're
All right, now we can
she's
go
ready.
to, Mr. Chair, we can go to the next.
Oh, thank you. All right, we're going to go to item 4, which is the resolution, airline incentive program, expenditure $300,000. I believe you just had that discussion with us.
Sure, if you
Mr.
have any
Patterson.
questions, the resolution's attached to your agenda item. Request approval.
Mr. Patterson.
The effective date on this will be October 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move approval of the resolution to implementing the Daytona Beach International Air Service Effective Incentive Program, and the effective date being October 1st, 2016.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ms. Denny's got you out that time, Fred. Sorry. Okay, so there's a motion. And Mr. Patterson, do you wish to have the floor still?
Say what?
Do you still want the floor?
I don't see my name up there.
Oh.
Got him.
Okay. Moving along here. Okay, all those in favor of the motion for the airline incentive program, expenditure of $300,000 beginning October 1st, 2016, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed.
Thank you very much.
So carried. But wait, there's more. Item number 5, and yes, we can roll through these.
Chair, can we go
Yes,
back to
ma'am,
this?
Ms. Denny's.
Just one comment with the incentives. I know when we went with JetBlue, we brought in our other funding partners of the ad authorities, and this is going to be a collaborative, comprehensive incentive package, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The reason, it's not only do we want to have the community involved, but the airlines want to see the communities involved. So that shows their commitment. I don't know if we do another travel bank, but we definitely are going to go to business community and seek matching dollars to the extent
I'm
that
clearly going to the advertising agencies. These people come in on airplanes. It is heads and beds.
Oh,
In most- yeah.
I totally agree, and because I know all 3 ad authorities were in with your first incentive package.
Right.
And I'm sure they will be asked again the second time around, as they should. With that being said, in our 10-second spots and PSAs and all of these spots, I don't see New Smyrna Beach being advertised much. It's all Daytona. So going forward, and I've had this conversation before, and I am hearing it in southeast Volusia, yes, we're trying to capture the business for Daytona Beach International Airport, but it's not all about Daytona. We found that out when we looked at the Ocean Center years ago in that tourism report, where our tourists and folks go stay the longest, spend the most money, is in southeast Volusia. That's without question. So just please know, in the future, I'm going to be looking at those markers, marketing southeast Volusia.
Yes, ma'am, and we will appreciate your support when we go to the advertising authorities to try to get them to agree prospectively to the same program. So we're going to be going to them and need your support. So thank you.
Okay. All right, further comments? Okay, we're going to move on now to item number 5, which is a contract task assignment to Giabi and Associates Incorporated, Ormond Beach, Ormond Beach, for taxiway Sierra extensions and license agreement with Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Sierra. Okay, November's the main line.
Yes, sir.
Sierra's the north-south line.
I'll show it to you here I've got a graphic that shows where this is. Mr. Chair, members of council.
If you would have given me the runway number, I would have known what it was.
Rick Carl, Director of Aviation. We are here today with Rodney Cruz, Vice President of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, who's here.
Yeah.
And Doug Norman with Hoyle Tanner and Pedro Vasquez with Giabi and Associates. We're really asking for 2 things. We would like to get your approval of the Embry-Riddle through the fence agreement, which is also a reimbursable agreement. Embry-Riddle is covering 100% of this cost of this taxiway extension to their Research Park West, and this also FDOT grant monies, $400,000 FDOT, $400,000 Embry-Riddle, and that will cover the design and the construction of the taxiway. There's also a through the fence agreement where Embry-Riddle will be paying $37,000 a year to the airport for the privilege of having access to the runway. So it puts them on par with other airport tenants, even though it's not airport property. They are being treated as an airport tenant, basically paying rent on this property. To clarify the agenda item, the cost, the $148,230, there is $37,000 in revenue, but that's being paid out of the funds, the reimbursable agreement that Embry-Riddle is putting up. So it's technically not coming out of the $37,000 per year. If you can look up, I'll show you where this area we're talking about. This is the Embry-Riddle Research Park West, Clyde Morris, about halfway through, and Taxiway S Sierra is right there. And what we're going to do is, there's a closer view.
Okay, so it's the short one that's over on the south side. It's, let's see, where?
Yes, right there, and we're going to continue it. This shows where the Research Park West is going, and where the black line is where it will be continued. It's got to go over the Navy Canal and traverse two drainage ponds. It's quite an endeavor. But it's very important for the university. It's going to create an asset for the airport at no cost to the airport. So it's a very good project. We recommend your approval.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad we clarified that. All right, Mr. Wagner, I have a motion for approval. Contract, second by Mr. Patterson. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion for approval from Mr. Wagner, second by Mr. Patterson for the contract task assignment to Giabi and Associates Incorporated, Ormond Beach, for Taxiway Sierra extension and license agreement with Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Expenditure $148,230. All those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. And all those opposed. And so carried. Congratulations, gentlemen. Welcome to the family.
Mr. Chair, while
yes,
Rodney's here from Embry-Riddle, one of the other things, sort of one of our secret strategies, and we are very fortunate. We're very fortunate to have Embry-Riddle in our community. It's one of the, someday I believe that Daytona Beach will be known as the home of Embry-Riddle, and oh, by the way, the Speedway's here too. I mean, that's how big this
Not that way currently.
Ooh, that's a good line. That's a good comeback. I really think when you're the #1 aeronautical university in the world, and you're going to grow, I think that you'll be right. I shouldn't say this. I love the Speedway. You'll be right up there with them, though. And but here's the big advantage for our airport. You saw that slide on how desperate it's going to be to get pilots. 25% or more of the pilots that fly today graduate from Embry-Riddle. If you're JetBlue, American Airlines, or Delta, you're going to try and have a relationship with the school because your airline's here. Because you're going to want to encourage those graduates to join your airline. Because here, what it's going to be is those that can get the most pilots are going to grow. They're going to be the airlines that are successful. They'll have an advantage, I believe, being right here, because what you can do is we do cooperative programs between the students and our airport and the process, the airlines that are taking off and being here. And because they're here, if you establish, you know how it is when you're working, if you establish when a person's at school, a relationship with an employer, a lot of times it translates in that person considering a job offer from them. And I'm hoping that that's going to benefit the university and us. Rodney?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, first, thank you so much. And County Manager, you are absolutely correct. We're actually working right now on a program that's about to be announced. We've received $2 million in state grant funds specifically to address the pilot shortage. So we think that would be a great draw for the airport, and as well as a great thing for some national publicity for Embry-Riddle as well.
Well, I thank you. And Ms. Daniels, you'd always talk about, do we sell our story? Do we tell our story? I think, do we tell it?
we give it away.
Do we tell our story? I think that our story on this airport, for as well as it's doing as a regional airport, is second to none in the country. Sure. And I think we are fighting the good fight, and I think we're going to win the fight. I think we're going to beat out most regional airports in the country. I really feel that well about our airport. And I think, you know, it's the harder you work, the luckier you get. Well, we're not doing this by accident, so we've got a real strategy. And I really meant what I said. I think the fact that the council's directly in control of the airport makes a big difference because we can move quicker. That's how we got JetBlue. And if I need your help on something, if I need to, I can call a special meeting and get your help. We can make a decision within days or within hours if we have to. Makes a big difference.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Roddy.
Okay,
Thanks,
cool.
Rick, and your whole crew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you had something, Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Rick, for everything that you and your staff are doing. One thing that we often overlook is the power of thank you and thank you letters. As far as TSA, I think there's some possible marketing. It's not marketing; it's thank yous, but to bosses, maybe the TSA agents that are at our airport. If we could put something together, thanking them, but also to their boss, but from us.
I think it's a great idea because it'll be the only letters that they got like this in the whole country. Okay, so we will probably get special thing on the nightly news. One airport said,
"Thank you."
Thanks
Well,
for the 3 minutes, but can you get it to 2?
Well, they've been great when I went through them. Yeah.
I like that idea though, Rick. Let's
But
do something.
copying,
Let's
sending
do
it-
something from the
sending-
council.
But sending it to their bosses.
Yes.
Copying them on it, because they put this in their employment file. And these are things, but if it comes from Jason citing you, and I can tell you, I've gone through it. They've been excellent. But it's not just
Oh, yeah.
there. Sending
I agree.
on behalf of JetBlue and their
You know-
service. I mean, if we start doing that, when we go back and say, hey, we want you to do more, it just goes a long way.
This is a wonderful idea, and I think what you're looking at is a letter that says to them that we appreciate the hard work. But I think it's a letter to TSA saying that in our case, we're satisfied that they really go out of their way to do good service here. You know, they're getting beat up. In some cases, maybe they should. Some cases, maybe they shouldn't be. But the fact of the matter is, I'll bet you, I'm serious, I'll bet you we're the only letter they get that says, thanks for the good job. We return all that. We're the only airport that does that.
Hey, and I love that campaign.
That's a
It
good.
is a good.
I tell you what, I've gotten some comments from an area I didn't realize on TSA that really, I've known a couple of people that are older and have trouble traveling and deliberately go through our airport because they say it is so much easier to deal with the security in our airport because they're somewhat handicapped. And they said in our airport, it's less invasive, they're kinder, and they go through, they feel better about the experience.
Can I read one example, just real
So
quickly?
there was one that was posted today, actually, on Facebook about our airport. So we try to always follow what's going on Facebook. We try to interact with our followers. But this is one from this morning. Can I just say Daytona Beach International Airport is a breath of fresh air. When you enter this airport, you know your vacation has started. Smiling faces to greet you, smooth transition from passenger to baggage claim to car rental, and just minutes from the beach. Compared to the long lines in Boston and the hot mess that is Charlotte, Daytona Airport could teach the larger counterparts a thing or two.
That's what'll keep us in the game.
I just posted that before.
I know.
Thank you.
I was going to say Jay's mom just flew this morning. That was very nice.
That's right.
In that thank you note, too, one thing that I'd like to see brought back that they did a really great job and that I took advantage of was the TSA pre-check.
Yes. Yeah.
That
Yes.
was booked continually, and that was done very
professional.
very professional, very quickly. I mean, you were in and out in less than 5 minutes with your paperwork done online. It was that's a great service for our citizens, too.
But for all,
But wait.
Coming
It
permanent.
is.
They're coming back.
Right.
They're
But
coming
wait,
back.
it takes 5 minutes to do that online, but it only takes me 3 minutes to go through the line.
We're not talking just Daytona,
Oh,
but
no,
you're going to
Orlando,
want it. You're going to want it.
the other airports. You need it for other airports. You don't need it for ours. I will tell you, though, I think that I hope we've given you enough information you can also share with your constituents in the business community and the citizens. I really would hope that they would maybe this would get out. They'd understand that this little airport, you know, we're the little airport with the big heart, but we really try, and I think they would be proud of what we're trying to do here because this is a complicated subject, and I think most people have no idea. If you're not involved and you don't understand what's going on with air service, I'm proud of what we're doing. Thanks, everybody. Great job.
All right, but wait, there's more. Item number 6 is the grant a restrictive covenant to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection regarding airport parcel number 8. Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation. We put this on time certain because it's, although it looks rather nasty, it's really good news. This is a cleanup of parcel going back to 1993. I want to shout out to Michael Rodriguez at Mr. Eckert's office, who did an outstanding job closing this. We've been trying to get this resolved for many, many years, and finally got it done. This will allow us to move on and get out of the consent order. Mr. Rodriguez, if you have any comments or would like to add anything.
So nothing additional to add aside from this is one of the agreements with the Department of Environmental Protection as part of their consent order in order to complete the cleanup process. It's simply a restrictive covenant to restrict any use of any of the groundwater due to what this was a formerly contaminated site. So this is pretty much the end of the road to wrap up the issue we had with DEP as to this parcel.
Now, is that the area that they just got done basically leveling and flattening and cleaning up? No, it's a different area. Okay.
This is the old Avis parcel just to the north of the pond where the parking is. It's in near the Speedway's hangar. It's across the street.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I
Ms.
move,
Patterson.
I move approval of the grant for restrictive covenant to Florida Department of Environmental Protection.
There is a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Ms. Cusack beat you to the second. Motion for approval with a second by Ms. Cusack for a grant of restrictive covenant to Florida Department of Environmental Protection regarding the airport parcel number 8. Further discussion? Comment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. I'm looking out over this this gallery. I'm getting a little nervous here. I think this is all these people here for item 7, aren't you? Yeah. So yeah, that would be you. All right, item number 7. We will open up an order of business and a public hearing and ask for the staff report on a rezoning case Z-16-013, rezoning the urban single-family residence R4 zoning classification to mobile home park and recreational vehicle park MH2 zoning classification. Adoption of zoning resolution. Okay, and let's see, the applicant is Mr. William Clark. Are you here, Mr. Clark? Why don't you come up front with your attorney just in case? You never know.
And I'll be representing.
And you'll be doing what? Your name was next. Okay. William Clark is the agent owner, attorney of record, Mr. Glenn Storch, for the record. Okay, very well. Central Florida Realty Investments Incorporated. This was continued from May 19th to today. And Ms. Kelly McGee, welcome. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council, I'm Kelly McGee, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This morning, the staff report will be presented to you by Palmer Panton, Planning and Development Services Director. As you mentioned, we do have the applicant, their representative. They do have I believe a brief presentation, as well as members of the public who are here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Hold that thought. If you're going to speak for the record, folks, I need you to go over and fill out the yellow forms that are on either podium. So if you're going to speak for or against this issue, you need to go ahead and fill that out so we can recognize you and bring you up to speak. Mr. Panton, you have the floor.
Thank you. Palmer Panton, Director of Planning and Development Services. As noted, this is a rezoning from R4 to MH2 of 7.5 acres of property south of Minnesota Avenue and east of Levitt Avenue in the Orange City area. It is to be assimilated with the adjoining Clark Family Campground, which has been in existence since 1972. The staff reviewed the zoning and determined it meets the specified criteria of the comp plan and zoning. It was presented to the Planning and Development Regulation Commission meeting of April 12, 2016. There was public participation at that meeting, and the commission voted 4-3 to forward this case to the county council with the recommendation of denial. As noted, this was continued from the May 19th, 2016 meeting. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Patton. All right, is there any other staff reporting on this matter, Mr. McGee? That is a negative response. Very well, we will close the staff report and open up public participation. You will be next. Is there any public participation on this matter?
No, sir.
Well, actually, there is. We'll call it Mr. Glenn Storch, who will fill out a yellow slip. Okay.
He is not the public. He's here on representing the owner.
I know, but there's no point here for that, so we'll just put you in there.
So
We need to do that.
and I will. And I was trying to figure out if I am listed as an attorney or not in this, because
I think
first of all, for the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I do represent the applicant in this case. I did not represent the applicant in the initial phases of this. I did not represent him during the time that the staff reviewed this. I did not represent him during the planning
Can
board
you
hearing.
speak louder, please?
Yeah, which one?
Both.
This one? How's that?
Or can you, the button's over there on the right-hand side. No, inside the desk. There's a little button right there on the left. And push the top side.
Okay.
And see if it'll raise it any higher.
Oh, look at there.
That's about all you're going to get, I think.
I'll do this still. How's that?
Okay, you're just short.
It's my problem. So anyway, the bottom line is that when this appeared before the planning board, I was not a participant. Since that time, I've met Mr. Clark, and honestly, I am so pleased to represent someone who's been able to have a business in this area, and a successful business in this area for almost 44 years. That's really successful, and he's done a great job. And I will tell you right now, many of these folks here are here to support him from the area because he has done such a great job. That's, again, saying something very important about this area and about his credibility and what he's done in this matter. So what you have, and let's go ahead and put my PowerPoint up. Ken, please. Well, my mother's work is never done, trust me. There we go. It is, and that's one of the reasons I appreciate what he's done. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh, I'm sorry, I can do that here, can't I? Yeah. I'm still getting used to your new system.
Well, yeah, we use technology. It's pretty cool.
All right, so as you can tell, we have a 25-acre campground that presently exists. And in that 25-acre campground, you have a piece next to it. That's the piece we're talking about, the 7.5 acres. That will be joined to this piece. Even though it is a separate piece now, it'll be combined as to a single parcel. That was part of the conditions of the staff report, and we agree with that. Presently, the present zoning for this parcel is R4. That allows for a potential of approximately, according to staff, about 38 units. According to our calculations, about 43. That zoning for residential would go away. It would then go to the MH2. And it would be combined to create this a little larger campground to allow for the, okay, I'm going to figure this one out. There we go. So when the staff was looking at this, they were looking at whether or not this was entitled to a rezoning. And based on their review, they found several things. One was that it was consistent with the comp plan, which it is. The comp plan for that area is medium, urban medium, and that's 4 units to 8 units per acre. The stuff surrounding it is low density, and that's why you had some of the homes on these big, large lots. But this particular site, which is the same as the campground itself, is medium density, which allows for 8 units per acre. It is also, they're also mentioning that the character of the surrounding area supports the compatibility of the rezoning, because this thing has been in existence for 44 years, and a slight increase in its size will have no impact whatsoever. In fact, it'll have a positive impact, as you'll see. Secondly, the impact upon the environment or natural resources. I want you to remember that right now it's designated for R4, all right? That allows for quarter-acre lots or less. In fact, it allows for some duplexes if you wanted to do it. Those lots would basically potentially wipe out the entirety of the vegetation on the site. There'd be no buffers, there's no buffers requirement. It's residential to residential. There would be setbacks, you know, an 8-foot setback would be what you'd have, but there would be no buffers required to be maintained. In a case like this, buffers are exactly what we would want to have, because when you're doing a campground, you want this to look natural. And you'll see the way the rest of the campground does look. It's just beautiful. It's natural and everything else. Now, one of the things I've done, and I've talked to Mr. Clark about this, is, you know, you had some concerns regarding what this would look like afterwards. We can fix that. So what I've done is a couple things. Right now, you've got a single-family home on the 7.5 acres. That will be taken away. There was an access to Levitt on this site. That will be taken away. And what I will replace it with is a 30-foot conservation easement around this, the perimeter of this area, that will maintain all the vegetation on the site for a buffer and also prevent access to Levitt in perpetuity. That solves the problem to me. So Mr. Clark has already signed that. He's already provided to me. And on top of that, he has instructed me to record this in writing upon the completion of the rezoning. So you don't have to trust me, although it'd be nice if you did. Thirdly, will it have an impact upon the economy of the area? Well, it certainly will not have a negative impact. Maintaining this business, allowing the business to thrive, is going to have a good impact to the area. And so there, as the staff has indicated, it will have no negative impact to the economy of the area. Its impact upon required governmental services. It will have no impact to required governmental services, partially because if you look at the differences between what homes would have on this site versus what this would have on the site, homes would generate far more traffic than what this is doing. And again, this is an existing facility. The same entrances would apply. You'd have no impact anywhere else. It would just be the exact same project. Consistency with elements of the comprehensive plan. They just said it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. I think I'm looking at the same thing over here. There we go.
There you go. You got to
Thank
move
you.
up. I was just going to tell you, you just went over 1 through 4.
I need your help.
I'm here for you, Glenn.
All right, any changes or circumstances affecting the area? Well, there's a road network now. I will tell you some other changes that have occurred over the past 44 years is the fact that you've had significant increase in development in this area. This will preserve this area the same way it is. You have the land coming in on one side, you have Orange City coming in on the other side. This is right between those two areas. Again, this will preserve this wooded natural use, which also is generating commercial uses. Any mistakes in the original classification? The staff, I have to argue with this a little bit. Staff argues there's no mistakes in the current zoning classification. The problem with that is that right now you have, it's not their fault, but right now you have an R4 zoning, and all of that would be fronting a dirt road. You have policies that basically discourage subdivision on dirt roads, especially small lot subdivisions on dirt roads. So literally this should not be that designation with that dirt road there. It should be something else, and what we're proposing, I think, makes much more sense, especially in light of the covenants that we're also proposing. The effect upon the value of the affected area. Again, it's a heavily wooded site. You won't even notice anything's going on there. It'll be the exact same as you presently have right now. And on top of that, I read the comments, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But I read the comments from some of the people who appeared at the planning board hearing. Those comments can be easily resolved, and I think I've made some proposals to do that, and we'll talk about that in a second. And again, the staff has indicated there'll be no impacts to public health, welfare, safety, or morals in the event we change this zoning. This is the property itself. This is why I thought it was so important. Because if you look, this is the dirt road, Levitt. This is a incredibly beautiful, natural vegetated area. And so what we're going to do is we're going to preserve that in perpetuity. And so that vegetation will stay there for 30 feet back. And then you'll have the park beginning, the RV park beginning. Again, at the same time, what we're doing is preventing any access points on Levitt. So it'll actually reduce traffic on Levitt, so there should be no issues there. This is the park itself. I think, like I say, this is the way we should have areas. You know, I understand that this could be homes, but this has functioned very nicely for the past 44 years in this manner. You have so many repeat customers coming there all the time. And, you know, one of the interesting things to me is that RVs are becoming very important for my generation. Because as we get older, we tend to want to buy RVs now. And not just RVs, but these, you know, $250,000 RVs, and then travel the country in little hotel rooms. It's a phenomenon that's all over the country, and those folks look for places like this as a place to stay. The concerns that were at the PLDRC were they were worried this could turn into a mobile home park. I have also talked to my client about this. He has agreed to, again, put a covenant restriction specifically prohibiting mobile homes and mobile home parks, and I have that signed, and I already have it in an escrow directing me to file that and record that. So this will never be a mobile home park. 2 screening buffers, again, we've talked about the 30-foot natural buffer we're going to maintain, and so we've already done that. 3, we've talked about the fact this will actually reduce traffic, not just on Levitt, but also in general, because this use creates and generates so much less traffic than the homes that would be generated here. And again, 4, we've also, again, put in a covenant that will not allow for any access along Levitt. So, you know, this seemed like something that I could certainly support, and I could certainly come in, though, even though I didn't start this in the process. It seemed like it was good for everybody. It was a win-win for the community. It was a win-win for the client. It also allowed for our business community to, again, continue to prosper. And so I have to support staff's recommendation of this, the entirety of staff's recommendation. And I think we've addressed any of the comments and issues that were raised at the PLDRC. I am telling you, I am directed to place those covenants we've agreed to at this point as soon as we finish the rezoning. And I think this is a good thing for everybody. So with that, we're available for any questions. If you have any questions as to how the park was run, as how it's continuing to run, just let me know.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat, please. All right. Is there any other public participation?
None, sir.
Very well. We will close public participation and the public hearing. Open up council discussion. Mr. Patterson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Storch, I know you've done a good job in presentation here, but I think your client has done a better job of doing an excellent job of running a business all these years, and I've been by that property many times over the years. So, Mr. Chair, I move approval of case Z16013, rezoning from urban single-family residential R4 zoning classification to mobile home park and recreational vehicle park MH2 zoning classification without the mobile homes in there. Thank you.
Okay, motion for approval by Mr. Patterson, second by Mr. Lowry. In spite of you, Mr. Schwartz. Yeah, I just have a comment. I've been out in that area a lot too lately. Mr. Clark, you've done an amazing job out there. Always got to say that place is, I've been to campgrounds before, and I'll tell you, yours is probably the nicest, neatest, cleanest facility I've seen in a long, long, long time. And out in that area also, there's a bunch of other little businesses that this is getting to be a little bit of a unknown secret. There's some pretty interesting businesses out there. I had a Philly cheesesteak out there, which literally was to die for. I mean, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, it was so rich. I mean, it was like, I almost died for it.
I think they're in the audience. Is the owner? Is the business
Is the owner of
here?
that place out there? No. Did you know that there's also, just around the corner, is a music studio that records professionally music? I mean, this is starting to be a thriving little community out there, and I'm glad you're on the baseline of that. So, is there any other comment about that, about this motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of case Z 16-013, rezoning from urban single-family residential R4 zoning classification to mobile home park and recreational vehicle park MI2 zoning classification, adoption of zoning resolution without, with a covenant against mobile homes. That was his words, what you already put in the.
You can't
No,
make it.
no, sir. It is a flat rezoning
Right.
Okay, so, okay.
pursuant to Mr. Patterson's motion.
That was just a
Flat rezoning,
sidebar.
but I am.
Oh, okay, I thought he threw that in there.
I am stipulating that I'm going to do that.
Yes, I got that part.
And
I'm
I've been
aware of
directed
that.
to do that, but you can't make it a condition of your motion.
That was not part of
It
my
was not,
motion.
okay. I heard his little sidebar there, and I thought that was condition motion. Okay, so it's just a rezoning from R4 to MH2. So there we go. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Thank you very much.
Much. And you're absolutely
Unanimous.
right as far as his use. That's why I can take this case, and he's done a great job.
Sir, you already sold it. Just remember, he who talks the most can unsell something.
We might change our mind. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I move for a 10-minute recess.
All right, there is a request for a 10-minute recess. Any objection? No objection. We will take a 10-minute recess.
You'll be next, after the next one.
Thank you for coming to order. Okay, we are going to move right along here quickly to item number 8, and then we will pick up item 25. Item number 8, resolution, second public hearing for designation of county enclave in Port Orange as a Florida brownfield area. And the staff report, Ms. Arlene Smith.
I'm Arlene Smith with Department of Aviation and Economic Resources. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection created the Brownfield Area Program to provide tax and other incentives to encourage development on properties that are or are perceived to be contaminated. Amir Malik, MetaWorld Civil Consulting, on behalf of property owners Carmen Perillo and Jeff Heidel, have requested that the County Council provide this designation for 4057 Bruner Road. It's a county enclave within the city of Port Orange. It was formerly used as a landfill. They met all Florida statute and county requirements in their application. Mr. Malik and Mr. Heidel are here with us today. On April 7, Council directed staff to move forward with the designation process. We provided notice to all the property owners within 500 feet of the subject property, and on April 26, we facilitated a community meeting in the area. The first public hearing was held here in Council Chambers on May 19th, and this is the second and final required public hearing for this process. A resolution designating this parcel as a brownfield area named Bruner Road Parcel Cleanup Project was included in your packet. Your decision today is whether or not to approve the resolution providing this designation. This concludes the staff report.
Okay, so there will be no further staff reporting on this matter. Very well. Close the staff report. Open up public participation. Is there any public participation?
No, sir.
Okay. We will hereby close public participation and the public hearing and open up a council discussion and or action. Do I hear a motion? Discussion? Where's everybody? Okay, I got enough. Yes, Ms. Kuzak.
I will move the resolution for the second public hearing of designation of county enclave in Port Orange as a Florida brownfield area.
I'll second that.
I have a motion for approval of the resolution and a second by Mr. Lowry. Motion by Ms. Kuzak. Ms. Kuzak, you still have the floor if you like it.
That completes my remarks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Anybody else coming out the door? Nope. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for approval of the resolution designating the county enclave in Port Orange as a Florida brownfield. And this is at 4057. What's the name of the road again, ma'am?
Bruner Road.
Bruner? B-R-U-N-N-E-R.
One N.
Oh, B-R-U. Okay. Any further discussion on this matter? All those in favor, please signify by an aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So designated as a brownfield area. That is a 6-0 vote. Mr. Patterson, out of the room. Congratulations, gentlemen. And thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, we will now jump ahead to item number 25. This was a discussion matter polled by Mr. Deneen and staff. And this is a budget resolution, allocation of funding for off-beach parking development, expenditure $825,000. Seems to have been in the news this morning, all over the place. So, Mr. Deneen, are you
Yes,
the one
thank you, Mr.
starting?
Chair. In a way, I'm kind of surprised. This is a project that we agreed on a long time ago. This is the update. This is actually the development of the really two parcels. It was the property that we got from the Weston as part of the overall comprehensive agreement with them, which I think was 27 spaces. And then we had the other piece of property that they sold to us at a good price. They gave us a really good price on it. And we combined it all into one project, one big parking lot that will assist citizens. and Jessica will go over the design and the time frame, because it's really important that we open this the same time the hotel comes on board. And also, by the way, this is the only development of any parking lot that we have. The way we did it, we were able to secure the money from Port, et cetera, to actually have the money to do the development. The rest of the other parking lots, just so everyone knows, we're doing the design on them for the development. And as you know, I had suggested to the council that we'll have to borrow some money to do the development of the other parcels. This one is time sensitive because of the hotel, and this is the one we have the money for.
Mr., did council get a copy of this?
I don't know if we were planning on just showing it today. I don't know if they sent you a copy or not. This is just the overall design.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Miss Jessica Winterberg, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She have the floor yet? You done?
The floor.
Okay, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you,
As
council.
much time as you need. Don't look at your watch. You're good.
Well, I was going to look at good afternoon or good morning. Good afternoon, council. Jessica Winterwerp, the Coastal Division Director for Volusia County. What is being passed out right now is a copy of our presentation. It's going to be a short little presentation. And as you will see on our first slide, we have a little site layout, but I wanted to give you something that you could actually read in front of you. So the larger sheet is a more detail of what the facility is going to look like when we're finished. The Weston Off-Beach parking lot will consist of 100 parking spaces. Of that 100, you will have 4 handicap parking spaces. We will have trash receptacles, showers, bike racks. There will be a masonry screening wall on the north property line between the parking lot and the Weston development. We will have concrete sidewalks. We will have a stamped concrete 15-foot wide pathway on the east side of the property adjacent to the seawall next to the ADA handicap ramp and a set of stairs. The goal of this project was really to maximize the parking. We have provided a significant amount of landscaping for this project so that it is in kind with the area. We will have sea grapes, Sanibel palms, sea oats, dune daisies, cordgrass, some salt palm meadows, and some others. Just to bring you up to speed, we acquired this back in May of 2015 at a cost of $1,779,000. There will be 100 parking spaces, an ADA beach access ramp, showers, bike racks, 15-foot wide stamped concrete beachfront boardwalk, landscaping, and sea turtle friendly lighting. We partnered with Hall & Ogle Architects, who used Parker Menchenberg and Associates as their subconsultant. Parker Menchenberg and Associates is also the same firm working on the Weston development. So there will be continuity between the two developments, and they will be at the same level of standard. We spent about $126,000 on the design costs. We are estimating $825,000 for construction. That brings you down to $8,250 a space, which we propose to be funded through a combination of the Inlet District as well as the general fund. We're at 100% complete on design. With the motion on the floor today, or the purpose of today's presentation is to operationalize the funding so that we can get a bid in this month. We'll have the papers ready to sign tomorrow to put out there. We're going to finalize our DEP permit. We have a notice of an intent to provide the permit already. We're just waiting for the final paper. We're going to award it sometime around October 2015 or 2016, and then complete it by our May 7th deadline next year.
The one other thing you have in this design, if you remember, out of respect for what we wanted this parking lot to be used for, there's a small concrete wall that separates this from the Weston, so that the access is limited to the street. The Weston knows that they cannot use this for their hotel purposes. And as you know, they have property across the street they're going to use as their overflow. They've agreed with us that if we would ever have any issue, they would participate with us, making sure that they're going to make sure the guests know not to use it. And if we ever have a problem with that, they will be glad to help us make sure that that doesn't occur. And this should go along with their design so that it should look professional and seamless. Should look like, in essence,
Seamless.
one design, but it'll look like this will be the part for the public.
Okay, very well. Ms. Cusack?
I have a question. How will we be able to determine whether or not the Western would use that lot?
Well, the issue for us is going to be, they know that it's inappropriate. We believe they're pretty well run, and they will make sure that they tell all their guests, the people that access their hotel, that they're not allowed to use that lot. We will have to use some system to try and keep an eye. If we think we're having a problem, then we'll have to work out whatever arrangement we can to make sure. I mean, we have our own patrol, but I believe that they understand and have adequate parking. See, they have adequate across the street, so there's no need for them to use this.
Yeah, but that's going to be as an overflow as neat when it becomes a problem that they're running out of space, then they will, is this automatically they're going to develop the parking across the street?
They're developing the parking, my understanding is right now. They know they do not have access for this for their customers. Jessica?
We've been in close contact with Parker Minchenberg, and they have told us that during their parking space calculations, the Westin is actually in excess of what they're required to have by, I believe it's over 30. So they have additional parking on their property than what they're required to by their services.
Well, I know as popular as they will be, they will probably have lots of utilization. I was wondering if it would be something that we could do as it relates to asking the Western to have as a part of their information that it is where their areas of parking is, or some signs out there that indicates that.
That we are going to have is signage. But one of the things that they agreed to was to make sure that they informed through signage and verbally to all their guests that you're not allowed to park there, that is public parking. So they're going to go that far. We did talk about in the early stages when I was talking with Abbas about that if we ever thought that we started having an issue, we'd have to talk to them about maybe having somebody over there at certain times when there's high traffic that's from their hotel to stop people that are guests. Hopefully we will have enough parking. They have a lot of parking on site. This is one of the rare spots, and then the additional parking. And then if we run into the problem, they're a very cooperative group, and I think we'll have to just tackle that if we have an issue. The only time I think we'd ever have an issue is if they were having a big event at a time that was like on a holiday. And then we may have to pay special attention so that guests aren't using it when it's really supposed to be open for the public for beach access.
And just to, finally, just to be clear, the construction funding, did we already approve that funding?
This is the approval.
Oh, you're asking for the
We're asking for the approval today for the $825,000 to do the development of the parking lot.
You're asking for it from the district funding and the
It's
general?
Yes, that's the two funds we would pull the money from.
And did we budget for that?
Yes.
Thank you. That answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. Mr. Wagner?
I'll put a motion on the floor to approve, but also with comments.
Okay, a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Ms. Denny's. You still have the floor, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you. I've said it before, I don't like using the Port Authority to cover so much because we're only taxing the east side for something that everybody views as a countywide, but I'll support this one. I'd prefer it to be, general fund dollars. As far as people using it, there are many parking lots that are being used by hotels right now. I've said that. I see it often. A lot of times it's the ramps that have parking on them.
Mm-hmm.
They're heavily utilized for hotels. I really think we need to push forward with using the meters in those types of situations. If they're going to use it and it's not a busy day, they need to at least pay for it. At least the people staying there.
Correct.
So I'm not saying, obviously the pier's a little different, but there's a couple unique ones. But as far as we got an email from someone, and I can respect her position that this is a waste of money. This is ridiculous that we would spend the taxpayers' dollars on stuff like this. And it's mainly some opposition from a couple of the beach driving members on social media. You know, even if we had 10,000 parking spots, it's not enough.
No.
It's not enough. So it's one of those things that the best thing we can do to provide our kids, our grandkids, and future generations of this community is continue to purchase off-beach parking to make sure we don't turn into a community that doesn't have access. I think this weekend was a perfect example. I was down at the beach on Sunday, and it was insanely crowded.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I had not seen it bursting at the seams like that in my lifetime. It was very positive that was busy. It was the most diverse group I've ever seen at the beach, specifically Ponce Inlet. Ponce Inlet, for the most part, is usually a bunch of white folk around there.
A lot of locals.
It's a lot of locals. But Joyce, that's come up in the past
It
from
is.
that area.
It is.
So you don't see a lot of diversity in that area on a given day. You just don't.
I'm just telling you the truth.
I'm telling you that area. You know it. So I noticed there were it was a lot of Latino, Latina, a lot of the African American community, to a level of I was very pleased. I was like, this is how the beach should look.
Yes.
You know, really.
Yeah.
I mentioned to my wife, and I looked down. This is a positive thing for our community to see this. But a lot were from out of town. A lot were from the west side, which again brings up the Port Authority. But I thought it was a really good thing. But it was bursting at the seams, at the seams. Beach Safety did an excellent job. Ocean Rescue did an excellent job of making sure everything worked out. But it also showed an example we don't have enough, because when they had to shut the beach down, one, they didn't have to just shut it down because of the high tide. They had to shut it down. There was no parking.
Yeah, that's
None. Like when I say none, none. And even if you opened up the section that would have been to the north that the feds made us shut down to keep beach driving, again, I remind you, the feds made us shut down to keep beach driving, it wouldn't have been enough. So you had the park in Ponce Inlet, which it was full, all the way to the back gate. For those that are familiar with that park, that's a big deal. The back gate was full.
That's
the side road
unusual.
was full.
That's unusual.
Capacity. So as we talk about, access to the beach, and the charter says we need to provide access to the beach, I hope this council, when I'm gone, I have 7 months left, I hope this council and the future councils really continue to try to work on this, because as someone who's seeing it, who lives a block from the beach, it's getting, if we don't continue to do this, we're going to have a beach that you just can't get to, because high tide shutting it down, and two, there's a significant amount of use. So maybe this is an example of population growth from this weekend. I'm not sure.
That's what I think part of it.
A cheap weekend, the weather. I mean, it's a lot of factors, but that's why I support this. And for anyone that tells me, this is a waste of tax dollars, they need to get their head out of the sand and really take a look at, what our job is. Our job is to protect a certain resource and allow access, and that's what I think we're doing. So
one of the things on this, Mr. Wagner, is that if the West End wasn't going in there, we really wanted to buy this property that they sold us, even if there was no hotel. I mean, this was a crucial place to have a parking lot. No matter how you feel about beach driving, we've tried to buy everything we could with the money we had, because it's the right thing to do. We'll never be wrong by doing it. In fact, I will make a prediction that long after we're gone, the people after us will be so glad they have it, and they'll be building parking garages on it, because that's the only way you'll be able to deal with all the population if you wanted to use the beach. The other thing is that that in the case of the port money, Mr. Wagner, I could see your point. You'll feel better when I tell you this, is that we needed, this was not the time to justify going out to borrow for all the development we're going to do. So I had enough cash, if I used some of the port money, to pay for this one done. I could have really legitimately said, use port money in some of the ones we're going to do, like in the Shores or a place like that. We're going to have to use general fund money for those.
Yeah.
We're going to do those in one fell swoop of a bond agreement. So that's where, so this was I needed cash. so I could pay for this one.
And I just mentioned it. I wasn't jumping.
But
That's
I mean,
why I voted
we're-
for it. But
but
I just
we're-
want to mention to the
right.
council when I'm gone. Port Authority. Yeah, remember.
Want us to remember.
East side is,
remember.
you know what I mean? It's-
But we would have used port money.
Thank you for that.
But we would have used port money for sure, probably down there, that now I use general fund money.
So, I appreciate everyone allowing me to make these comments. I've been somewhat quiet today, but this one is something that's important to me, and it's something I see. You know, I was at the beach last night, so I go there often with my kids, and I'd prefer that they have the opportunity in the future to, one, drive on the beach, which this council is committed to driving on the beach, but also, when the tide's high, having somewhere to park. So, thank you.
Ms. Denny's.
Well, Josh just pretty much touched on the major issues that I wanted to address with this, but I want to go back to a little bit to process with this agenda item, because I was going to pull number 25 too, because in a project like this, an issue as important as this, normally we get copies of this. We get more information other than just a budget item. And for this time, it was the first time I didn't see the schematics, I didn't see the layout, and then had to ask yet again before we got started to have that. I don't want to be in that position to ask anymore. I think council should have this before we get here to look at it. It has to. It has to. And I'm also thinking about this. Hasn't council always approved the design before the funding? Normally, all the parks and all the off-beach parking and
No.
everything we've ever done.
No.
You don't bring the design to us? We haven't done that on the parks?
I think the last time that we even saw anything was down in the, no, I thought the last one was over there in Osteen, the park. Just before we opened it up, they showed us the big pictures and the layouts and everything like that.
Okay, well, let's just say I'm asking for more information ahead of time before I sit down, before we get to this
Can
point
do.
with
I
council.
think this one, you know, we've got lots of work on the administrative side, and we're trying to make this fit with that hotel.
I understand.
And so we have an artificial time frame on this one, unlike anything else. So the hotel's driving it, and so and remember now we're working with them to cooperate on the property they gave us. So this one was unusual. The other ones are more our property, and it's a little bit easier to do. And we can bring in the designs. A lot of stuff we've done is basic stuff in terms of maximizing parking, and we'll put together a process. So I know I've done that in some cases individually. We've shown people, but we can bring it forward in the future.
I appreciate that. I just don't want to have to ask anymore because I will pull an agenda item to take it off the agenda going forward from
But
here
this
on.
one was one of the most unusual ones we've had.
I understand, but Mr. Manager, council could have had this because I asked for it Tuesday. It was ready. We just didn't have it, very genuinely. That being said, and I also agree with Councilwoman Cusack, concerns about use. I don't care if they say they understand this is just for off-beach parking, the owners or the management. The people behind the desk and those checking in and those in the area, they're not going to hear that. They're going to see a beach. They're going to see a parking area, or they're going to want to go to lunch, or they're going to want to go shopping, and they're not going to hear, oh yeah, I can't park there. And odds are nobody's going to have said that anyway. That's human nature. It's what it is. Turnover's too fast, too quick, and when they're doing their work on day to day, the last thing they're going to be concerned about is making sure that their people don't park on a Volusia County lot. I think I'm ready to look at meters. I'm ready, or for locals, the permits, our existing beach permit. If you have an existing beach pass, then you have access there. If not, I think we have to look at alternatives because we are at capacity. We absolutely are. So if our investment is going to be for beach access and beach parking, we need to make sure that we manage it day to day for that way. And I want to, this project now going forward, as I have asked and we agreed once a month to have an update on projects, I want this on that monthly update to see just exactly where we are in the process until it's completed. And Josh, you also hit on the email that we received. over concerned about buying this. Now, this is oceanfront parking. This you're not crossing A1A, you're not crossing
Right.
Atlantic. This is this is a great thing that council did. This is a great thing
forever,
for the
too.
community. It is, whether it's high tide or hurricane or
Soft sand or
whatever.
anything, yeah.
You can have access to this 24/7 if you choose. So, but as I read that, Josh, you know what I thought? Because here's the conclusion of that particular correspondence. We're required by our charter for beach access. We're making sure beach access. You can't drive, obviously, on here, but I'm not so sure some of these citizens even want access. They want it this way, their way, and no other way. Well, there's lots of alternatives, and this council is looking, in management, I thank you for that, is looking for alternatives for that beach access, and this serves that. So when I read that, I almost chuckled, and I thought, we're giving you beach access, 100 more spots, and we're still the bad guy. Delete.
Here's the issues. To certain people, we voted on what they consider the deal breaker, so anything we do is bad. So you just have to accept
Well, I do.
It's that way.
I do, but
I don't
but
like to, but
since you went there, I thought, okay, I'm going to put my apostrophe on it. This is good news. This is good news for citizens, and it shows a commitment. And Mr. Manager, you also talked about improving long-term our other lots that we have. Are you going to be bringing to council a proposal
Yes.
on that?
Yes.
In the
As you know, I brought forward the proposal you approved. We're spending the money to do the
Right.
design.
Right.
Once we get the designs done, we'll show you the designs. Once we get the designs done, then we'll have to, I'm gonna have to borrow money, and we'll have the whole process we'll bring in front of you. To get you to approve for to borrow money, then we'll have to approve to do the construction, yes.
And we also are working on Hiles Boulevard down in New Smyrna Beach to add extra off-beach parking. We're in that process.
Yes,
too.
that one's actually in the process, yes.
Right. So that's good news on two different areas here that we're adding more
Well,
parking.
you
and
just said something, though. You and Mr. Wagner said something that's interesting in the sense that you can't just assume that driving on the beach is access. The greatest access for the beach is parking, off-beach parking. I mean, because think about all the people that go. They're in houses. They're in hotels. Most of the people on the beach, to the great degree, get our most prolific amount of access is parking that's convenient, and that's the beauty of this one, as you just said, is that this is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even with high tide. And during the holidays, if you happen to get the tide at the wrong time, you can't use the beach. So this provides that kind of access. So even if you believed in driving everywhere on the beach, you still should buy all the parking you can, because you're going to need it.
Right. This guarantees access to the beach, no matter what the tide is. So, yeah, I look forward to you bringing forward your initiative and recommendation for improving the lots that we currently have. I don't know if we're in a
Correct.
position to buy more, but what we have now, I would like to see improved for off-beach
Right. If you
parking.
remember, I recommended that if you want to buy more, well, first of all, we're going to have to find the right deal, and you're going to have to we're going to have to decide on money. But I recommended that we don't wait and we do the redevelopment of those lots. You agreed. I got the design money. We're doing the design. Once we get the designs done, then I'll come forward, show you the designs, get your reviews on your comments on the designs, and then we'll put them back to get together an estimate what the cost is. Have to go out to bid, and we'll have to borrow the money. But I think the sooner we get this stuff in public use, because as much as I think we did the right thing buying the property, I think people will forget about that if they can't use it. You'll start to get pushback saying, well, you bought all this, but now you can't use it. So we're going to get it so you can use it.
And there's a need for it too. And I don't want to have this discussion now, but I have been asked, especially down in southeast Volusia, and it's probably true for the rest of the area, I guess, is there any chance we can open another ramp?
Well,
Yeah.
we can look at it. There's implications to that. And in some cases, it's an illusion that it'll make a difference, because if you're filling up by 10 o'clock, an extra ramp ain't going to make no difference.
But what it will do, at least, I guess the immediate issue is like Josh said, we're at capacity. I know they closed, we were at capacity, I think at 9 o'clock, the sign was reading in New Smyrna Beach.
yeah.
But that was a combination of capacity and tide at the same time. But even without the tide, we're at capacity at 10 or 11. But what that does then is it frees up Flagler Avenue and that whole district, beach district in New Smyrna Beach. If there was another ramp,
Well, we'll look.
at least it would stop that congestion.
We'll look and we'll see what the implications of that are.
I appreciate it. Thank
Be
you so
glad to
much.
do it.
Got a question.
Yes.
Beaches, county park, right?
No.
Our beaches are considered like a park, aren't they?
No.
No, they're not.
Jamie, you want to explain that?
Other than it's not a park, it's not a park, it's the beach.
Okay,
It's
well, I mean,
sovereign submerged lands of the state of Florida.
Defined
And we
differently, Jason.
manage, have jurisdiction over the soft sandy beach.
okay, so the statement using it 24 hours a day is the correct statement. You can be out there at night.
Absolutely.
Very well. 'Cause I was under,
One thing, Ms. Denny's, is that I had put together a proposal about looking at, and Mr. Wagner will remember this, about looking at metered parking, and I was asked to delay that.
Yeah.
So anytime that you want me to bring it back, he was that part of the ask delay. So if you want me to bring that back at some time, I just need some direction.
well,
I think it requires discussion from council, and I would even be okay with like our beach passes.
Yeah.
You know, our citizens that have buy beach passes, whether they're on our, here or wherever, but with this kind of investment from Volusia County citizens, and and we know a lot of the users of the beach, probably 60% are not Volusia County taxpayers. I don't think our citizens should have to subsidize that. So
Well-
I think it's a,
We'd be glad to bring it back. If you remember, there were some implications to how we would do that. We have to go through some gymnastics. I would suggest that we do this. I would suggest that we look at that issue after we get this parking lot built. So that should be in the early part of next year. And then at that point, Mr. Wagner won't be here to object to look at it. He'll be glad we look at it then.
oh, we're on our own.
And
thanks.
actually, Mr. Daniels is smiling over there too.
He won't be here.
But I'd be glad to do that,
oh
okay?
no, he'll be back representing the parking meters.
Okay. All right. Anyways, and in reference to that, I personally, I'm just kind of sitting here listening to this. We got into a partnership with Weston, and it's been a very, so to speak. I mean, we share a border. We're a good neighbor. We worked with them. We got the contracts together. We made the prerequisites, and they've worked very hard and side by side with us through this whole process.
Right.
I don't think that a boss would really encourage any kind of usage of this parking lot. And I also think maybe we need to give it a shot first. Let's see if it's broke before we try fixing
Well,
it.
that's what I think we're going to do. The
You know.
bigger issue is if they would, you don't want somebody
Keep it on the
scheduled-
back burner to have the meters in mind or whatever
Right.
else.
Let's
but
give it a
let's
chance,
see
get it built,
first,
and then we'll see where we go.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't referring to Mr. Abbas. I mean,
No, I'm talking. No.
This is at a completely different level.
Yeah,
They're
it's
not
his
gonna care what-
employees, and I understand that.
Right.
And other people that are just driving by and saying, "Oh, I want to stop here and shop." I understand that, but let's see if it's broke first before we try fixing it. All right, Ms. Kuzak. Final
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a final comment, as we talk about the process as to how we will present off-beach parking lots, for me, I think that this sheet can be broken down into two parts, going down to architecture and engineering costs, and everything above that can be brought to us at one time, which would give us the information that permits you to do what you need to do to get things moving. And then at the second, once that has been done and you have all of that in place, we could have that further discussion, which I would like to have, as to the construction costs and the way we fund it and those kind of things, so that would give us, you would have two opportunities to really look at what you're wanting to do, and then you come and tell us, we've done that, and this is what it will cost you to do it.
Can do.
That's just
I-
my suggestion.
I think that's a good,
that-
simple way to do it. Well, that's the way we'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So what we need is the approval by the council to move ahead on this one.
We already did.
No, we have a motion and a second on the
Motion,
floor.
okay.
We just don't have we don't have the vote, which, by the way, seems how I have no further speaker list. Who made the motion?
Josh,
Mr. Wagner, and who made the second?
there.
Thanks. It's been a while. Okay, the motion is for approval of the budget resolution allocating it for funding for off-beach parking development. Motion by Mr. Wagner, second by Ms. Denny's. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. And so carried 6-0. Mr. Patterson absent. Okay, so the motion passes. All right, we will see you in a couple weeks, I guess, with more designs and things. Correct. In the future. Okay. Is there any objection to us taking a lunch break? I see no objection. So we will take a hour and a half break here. So we will be in recess till 2 p.m. 6:13. Ready? All three of them, right? Good afternoon. Today's date is June 2nd, 2016, afternoon session, Volusia County Council. Okay, and running a little behind, but that's okay. It's 2 p.m., time certain, item 32. The City of Deltona requests for delegation of Community Redevelopment Authority. Ms. Arlene Smith, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Arlene Smith with the Department of Aviation and Economic Resources. County Council has the authority to create community redevelopment areas to mitigate blight. Florida statute provides that charter counties may delegate their exclusive authority to municipalities. The City of Deltona has determined that properties along Deltona, Normandy, and Saxon Boulevards qualify as blighted based on 6 factors included in the Florida statute. On March the 16th, the city completed their request that County Council delegate redevelopment powers to them for this area. Their request is consistent with delegations Council granted in 2014 to Orange City, Edgewater, and New Smyrna Beach. A 20-year duration, contributions, or TIF, only from the city and county general fund. County TIF based on defined scale to be expended only on capital projects, with the county contributing no more than 50% toward any one project. Deltona has also specified that the county TIF will not be spent on stormwater or water and sewer projects. They further said that no TIF from either the city or the county would be used for events, administration, or anything other than capital. Our request to you today is whether you direct staff to draft a resolution delegating redevelopment powers to Deltona for your consideration at an upcoming council meeting. At this time, I would like to turn the podium over to Ron Paradise, Deltona's Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services, to provide a brief presentation on their proposed development plan and to introduce those from the city who are present with us today. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Arlene. Ron Paradise, City of Deltona, for the record.
Maybe I don't know if the podium rises if you push the button. On your left hand on the inside, there's a button. If you push the top of it and hold it, takes a second to catch up to you. Maybe all the way up? Okay.
I think we can make do.
Okay.
Thanks, I appreciate it. As for the record, Ron Paradise, City of Deltona. A little housekeeping, I'd also like to acknowledge City Manager Jane Shang and Economic Development Manager Jerry Mays that are sitting in the audience. And we're here to formally introduce the County Council to the Southwest Deltona redevelopment area for a delegation of authority event pursuant to Florida Statutes 163. Now, I've been taught how to use this fancy electronic exotica, and hopefully I'll do it right, and I'll try not to run into the ditch. In any event, just a little background. The redevelopment area is comprised of commercial areas located in the southwestern section of the city. Many of these commercial areas are outdated or otherwise underperforming. To address this situation, the first thing the city did in 2012 was establish a brownfield for Deltona Plaza, which is a large shopping center that had an anchor tenant of Winn-Dixie many years ago. The anchor tenants moved out. There's a picture of this plaza later on in the presentation. At about the same time, the city initiated the community redevelopment area. In 2015, the city updated and approved the findings of necessity pursuant to Florida Statutes 163, Part 3. And the city formally requested County Council in December of 2015 for a delegation of authority. This is a map of the redevelopment area. It's 256 acres approximately. As you can see, it's very linear in nature, and it follows several major corridors through the city, including Saxon Boulevard, Normandy Boulevard, and Deltona Boulevard. I apologize, the map's a little bit busy. It's got lots of colors on it, but the red areas are essentially existing or entitled commercial lands that are situated within the CRA. And this is a picture of the Deltona Plaza, by the way. You can see it's an underutilized facility. The purpose and intent is basically the meats and potatoes of this initiative is to upgrade and expand infrastructure. And none of the county's TIF will be used for water and sewer expansion. Most of the county's TIF, we envision, will be used for roadway improvement, lane miles, expansion of Deltona Boulevard, Normandy Boulevard, and intersection improvements at Deltona and Normandy. The city is going to continue to improve aesthetics. This will probably be funded outside of the CRA. CRA will be augmentative of city's already substantial investments in this area. The goal is to promote business retention and development. And the partnership between the city and the county, the metric for the success of that partnership will be an increase of tax base for both the city and the county. This is a mutually beneficial partnership that will yield positive outcomes for both units of government. The city is requesting the county for a delegation of authority, and as explained by your staff, and we've worked closely with your staff, and I'm here to tell you it was a positive and rewarding experience working with Ms. Smith and Mr. Carl et al. On this project, and the city will comply with the terms of County Resolution 2015-046 and other applicable requirements consistent with recent CRA activity. I'll be happy to field any questions you all may have regarding this proposal.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Is there any other staff reports on all this? Nope. Okay, I guess we will open it up to county council discussion. Mr. Eckert, we'll let you go first. You apparently have a legal opinion here.
Just to outline the process, Mr. Chair, not to try to jump in ahead of council's comments. If it is the pleasure of the council to proceed with the creation with this delegation, we would anticipate that bringing back before you a resolution in the first meeting of July. The city initially had requested a 25-year delegation. They've now indicated their concurrence with a 20-year delegation, and they're going to bring, I understand it, they're going to bring back an amended plan, or revised plan, I will say, that would conform itself in the capital improvements to that 20-year horizon, and that plan would be a part of the resolution that you would approve in July. So today we're requesting your direction, and we anticipate that we'll receive that revised plan from the city, and we'll have it, if it is your direction to proceed, we'll have that before you in the first meeting of July, or as soon as thereafter as we get the plan. We anticipate that we'll have that in sufficient time.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to encourage my colleagues to support this. In talking with different ones there in Deltona, it seemed like it's been a good experience, and there's been times I think the staff has requested certain things and they've been willing to go along with those. And I think the true nature of the CRA is in what we're doing, what's being done here. I've seen some CRAs since I've come on board here on the county, that I kind of scratched my head on and wondered, you know, if that really fit the nature of it. And I won't be critical of those in particular, but I think this one does. And I would certainly like to continue this. Does there have to be a motion made in regard to that? Or just a show of hands that we want to allow this to continue? Or I'm not sure what the process would be at this point. I'd like to hear from my colleagues too, if any of them have anything.
I think it would be a motion that has to be made for support and direction for the staff.
Reserve the right to make that motion if anybody, any of the other. Okay, all right, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we continue down this path and pursue an ordinance to allow Deltona to.
Okay, motion on the floor and a second by Mr. Wagner. Okay? That it?
I'm good.
Okay, Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the city of Deltona. You know, it's partnerships like these that will help us in Volusia County to grow and to be the success that we have the potential to be. So I applaud CRAs that are being utilized in a way that will meet the mission of CRAs. You have been not high on the radar screen, but you've been busy keeping your head to the ground, making this happen. So I'm here to applaud you and to say that I was in Deltona not too long ago, and I was wondering where was the business district in Deltona. But I think that
it's in the downtown.
Yeah, next door to your house. And so I just want you to know how much we look forward to our partnership and proceeding with this venture. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Okay, I guess I'll have a comment. You know, I've never been a fan of CRAs, ever. And I made no bones about it, and I'm sure everybody that's ever talked to me would understand. And I'll tell you the reason is because the reason is, though the intentions have always been good, somewhere along the line, something has gotten convoluted, and it hasn't worked out the way we wanted it. You know, a little more about your project. You're talking about widening the roads. I'm going to need you to come up, if you would, sir. You're talking about widening the roads, Normandy. Tell me about the roads that we're going to widen, and how much. I guess the end result is, how much is the projected cost of the widening of those roads?
The projected cost of the CIP is about $14 million. That's outside of the income that's expected to be generated through the CRA. It's the intent of the city to leverage the income from the CRA through grant opportunities. For example, we want to look at the Transportational Regional Initiatives Partnership, i.e. TRIP grant, through FDOT, which requires a 50% grant match. So all this income that the CRA will generate will be leveraged and maximized. Does that answer your question, Chair?
Yeah. So far, so good. So we're talking widening roads. We're not talking about putting trees in the middle of the road or anything like this.
If there are trees in the middle of the road or beautification,
right,
that the county's TIF contribution will not be used for that. Okay. You know, obviously the city is very interested in the aesthetic of the city, and we are continually improving that.
Right.
And this area will be improved.
And you're asking for 25 years. Is there a estimated amount that the county will be donating in 20 years or 25?
It's a 20-year.
20-year? I thought I heard you say 25.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're 20 years. What's the contribution of the county in 20 years?
We're talking about $8 million combined revenue. And I think, don't quote me on this, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's about $4 to $5 million of county contribution.
Okay. Ms. Dennis?
Thank you. Actually, I think this is, and I agree with you, Councilwoman Cusack, this was under the radar. When I saw it on the agenda, I'm like, where did this CRA come from? How it's been kind of quiet out there. But I want to applaud you because there's a lot of talk. Most of us sit on the River to Sea TPO, Transportation Planning Organization, and as we know, there's just no dollars for building roads right now in transportation. So I applaud your city for taking a very proactive approach and looking at some of your infrastructure needs with this. Because so many times it's, well, the county's not going to fund it. We need this, but the county won't fund it. Partnering with you and leveraging that for the grant opportunities that do exist out there, I think is just an excellent example of collaboration in what a CRA should do for infrastructure. So I think this is a really great example of cities taking the helm for their road projects and partnering with us and then matching that with the grants. So kudos. Seriously, this is a very, very good application. Wish you success.
Okay, Mr. Eckert and then Mr. Wagner, or do you want Mr. Wagner to go first?
Well, Mr. Paradise is at the dais. I do want to say that the resolution that we're preparing, and I think is that way I understand the request, is similar to others. Landscaping would be an allowable item for the county contribution, but only as part of a larger capital construction project. Not landscaping on its own, but if they're doing a road improvement, the landscaping that would be part of that construction would be subject to the payment by the county contribution. So I think, Mr. Paradise was probably indicating landscaping not by itself, but now you could restrict it further, but I didn't want, when you saw the resolution a month from now, to be surprised by that.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert, for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Wagner?
Just to say thank you, wanted to let you know my appreciation for putting a project together like this. So,
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and I have to agree with Ms. Denny's too. It was 3 years ago. Somebody just mentioned the letters CRA, and this place was packed. And pitchforks and torches and on one side and the cheerleaders on the other side. And there's been a lot of changes, and I do have to agree that we've done some good work on those changes. Okay, well, I will, guess we're going to move on with the vote here. All those in favor of item 32, request or directing county staff to come back with an ordinance for the city of Deltona requesting delegation of Community Redevelopment Authority, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, and I will still oppose the CRA. So the chair opposes. Yes. We just voted.
And that's great.
Oh, okay.
Before we
we
move
did.
to the next item, I wanted to give you a heads up about another CRA issue that's in the works, if that's okay.
Okay.
Just
Well,
as an
Mr. Chair,
FYI.
before that, I just want to indicate it to be a resolution, not an ordinance. That's the way the county has exercised its authority.
Okay,
So-
it's a resolution. I
But
stand
carry out your
corrected,
direction
so
with the required
carry out the
resolution.
direction for a resolution for the city of Deltona for the delegation of the CRA, for the record. Okay, and for the record, it's a 5-1. 1 against, 1 absent.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Patterson absent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Smith, we got all the paperwork done. You have the 4th. Congratulations. We will move forward with the authority to get working on that. All right, Ms. Smith, unless you guys want to just hang out for a while.
Probably not.
See you guys later. Ms. Smith, you have the floor again.
The Spring Hill CRA Board will decide on Monday, June the 6th, whether to request that County Council amend their boundaries, and we just wanted to give you a heads up about it. As you know, Spring Hill was created in 2004 as a joint venture between the City of DeLand and the county, with incorporated and unincorporated parcels in the CRA. Taxable values fell below base in 2010, and there's been no increment revenue since. The good news is that budget has projected that in 2018, that should turn around. They should be back in the black because now that taxable values are increasing. The better news is that a neighborhood Walmart is planned for the south side of DeLand around Beresford and Woodland Boulevard. There are 4 parcels in that Walmart development. 2 are inside the CRA, 2 are outside the CRA. They're all 4 unincorporated, but 2 are in, 2 are out. So if the CRA board votes on Monday to request that the boundary change to add those 2 excluded parcels, then we will bring it to you for your consideration at an upcoming council meeting. The process involves the county passing a resolution, the city passing a resolution, and then the county passing an ordinance. We just wanted you to be aware that this was taking place.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty. Next. Oh, yes, Joyce. I'm so sorry, Ms. Guzak. Yes, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I am just so pleased with the work of George Rector and Arlene Smith and all those involved that understand the importance in trying to increase the revenue as it relates to the Spring Hill CRA. I talked to the council some time ago about the fact that where we were and the lack of funding for that CRA. And this is what I believe partnerships are all about. This is one of the most blighted areas in Volusia County. And yes, I happen to have an element of prejudice as it relates to this, because this is where I grew up. And I'd like to see that CRA survive. And I think with the increase of the revenue as it relates to taxes and the added parcels that will be built, it's going to give us a leg up. And so on behalf of all of the citizens in the Spring Hill area, I say to you, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guzak. All right. No other comments. Okay, we're going to move on here. This is the FCCMA and ICMA's recognition of Volusia County for operating under its charter for 45 years. And Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Parker is here today. I'm happy to say to present a certificate to us. We're all very proud of our charter. It's very, very unique. I personally think it's the best one in the state of Florida.
Of course.
And with that, Ms. Parker.
Thank you. County Chair Davis, honorable members of the County Council, Mr. Deneen and Mr. Eckert, and members of the county staff. It is a privilege to stand before you today. It's been 4 years since I stood in this place, and I can tell you I've enjoyed being away from this place during those 4 years. Usually when I was here, I was asking for the county's assistance, or I was supporting an issue on behalf of the city of Port Orange, and in some cases I was even opposing issues that were in front of the council on behalf of the city. Today I'm here on a different mission and for a different purpose. I'm here representing the Florida City County Management Association and the International City County Management Association. 45 years ago, Volusia County became the first county government operating under charter form. Mr. Eckert may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Volusia County was number 1. Volusia set the standard for charter government, and your charter has been used as a model for charters all across this state. I have known virtually all of the individuals who served on that original charter commission, and they crafted a charter that has served our county well, and it continues to serve our county well. Also, I've had the privilege of knowing virtually every county council member that has served under the charter. And I can tell you, they love Volusia County. I've had also the privilege of working with every county manager during that period of time. Although we were not always in agreement, when I left this chamber, I always knew that the county council's vote was made in the best interest of the entire county and not just one city. Today, survey after survey show a declining confidence in government. The good news is that citizens trust local government more than they do any other level of government. But when you ask citizens specific questions about local government, only about 9% of them can answer basic questions about what local government does. When they ask specific questions about county government, what does it do? You get that same 9% share. When you ask them what the governing body does, less than 9% can tell what you do. And it's even a smaller amount when you ask, what does the county manager do? But Volusia has been a beacon. They have attempted to inform and educate citizens about county government. Your Citizen Academy is a model and is used as a model by others throughout the state of Florida. And you have done other outreach efforts in order to inform and educate the public about what county government does, what you do, and the importance of what you do and on their behalf. I'm proud to call Volusia my home. Today, I would like to recognize the County of Volusia, the County Council, and your county manager. On behalf of FCCMA President Michael Ployce, ICMA Executive Director Bob O'Neill, I would like to present to the county chair this certificate of recognition for operating under the county charter for the past 45 years. Thank you.
She's got to learn how to run the system. 33. What is going on? Thank you. We will. Thank you. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
You need to find out why this is all screwed up today.
You know,
Tell Marcy to put it on 33. I mean,
here we made a milestone and all that, and we got 3 people here. We got mostly staff. You know, I know, it's how it is. It's kind of upsetting sometimes. No.
We don't know how many watch on TV.
Yes, you are. All 3 of you are greatly appreciated. All right. That's it. That we just got lucky.
Well said.
We didn't reach it. Well, wait a minute. Mr. Eckert did. He keeps telling me he's. Yeah, really. You were here when they drafted it, right? No, you weren't. Oh. He keeps telling me he's been here for like years and years. All right. I will now move on. No, anyways, as I said, and I apologize, I was off the record. I yelled at everybody else. Mr. Parker was the city manager of Port Orange when my mother was actually volunteering to clean the streets. She used to walk up and down Dunlawton Avenue with a gas blower, a little shovel, and I don't know where she got this big long metal stick. And she would pry open the manhole covers, clean them out because during the '04 hurricanes when they came in, the road was flooded. You couldn't get by. And she took it upon herself to go out there and clean it. And I said, you might want to go talk to the city manager before you get run over by a truck or something. Make sure it's legal to do it. And he says, no problem. Go ahead and have fun. And for years, she walked all the way from Taylor Road over the bridge and back, just cleaning up the streets. I'm like, okay, if that makes you happy.
Now we know why no one comes to the meetings.
That's probably true. Would you like a cup of coffee? 7 months, right? Just 7 months? That's all I got, right? All right, well, then we'll move on so that Mr. Yeah, no, maybe you, Doug. Him, no. Discussion and direction on recruiting applicants for various county council advisory boards. I have, come on up, Ms. Butler. I keep saying this on the radio whenever we do the morning preview on Wednesdays. Did it yesterday for like 10 minutes. Pleaded with people, please, please, please. Join up, be a volunteer. And did we get any applications yesterday? We did? We got 5 of them? No. Oh, never mind, we got none. Ms. Butler, you have the floor.
Donna Butler, Community Services Director. Mr. Deneen asked if I'd take the lead on trying to figure out what we might be able to do together. I think that's because I have 8 of the 27 advisory boards in our department. I grew up, cut my teeth working on advisory boards when we used to have a lot more than we do now. So, but I understand the frustration in not having applicants for you all to review and then therefore make appointments. So we came up with a couple of ideas. And one that you all had brought up was utilizing our Citizens Academy. It's a great opportunity. Folks are already interested in government. So we're going to do a couple of things. They go through about 12 or 13 weeks, and on the first day, the county manager actually comes and speaks to them. So he's going to open up a discussion and let them know that in addition to learning about government, they're going to learn about opportunities to serve through these advisory boards. And then each of our department and division directors that has a relationship with an advisory board is going to incorporate that into their talking points with the folks that are going through the academy. And then on the last day, when they come and actually have breakfast with you all downstairs and they graduate from their academy, we're going to actually ask all the staff folks to come and be available to talk to them about the different opportunities that might be available to them to volunteer. There are some other organizations throughout the county that we thought would be beneficial to get the word out through. The leadership programs. Mr. Rechtenwald recently went and spoke to the Halifax Leadership Group. They have their leadership program once a year, I believe it is. So that's a great opportunity. West Volusia Chamber also has one, as well as the YPGs, which are the Young Professional Leadership Groups. So they have 3 different ones. So we'll probably try and figure out a way to reach out to them also and let them know. There's an advisory board handbook, which we're in the process of updating, so we'll have that ready to go for the Citizens Academy and for other things. And if you have any other suggestions, we'd welcome hearing them.
I have one question.
Yes,
How
sir.
many advisory boards do we have?
We have 27.
We have
That
27.
or the 27, not necessarily that we staff, but that, excuse me, that you all make appointments to.
And they're all necessary boards.
Well, that's.
According
this
to the
point,
charter,
yes.
they're all, these are required by the charter.
Well, not
I don't know
necessarily
if all of them are required by the charter. You have, during Mr. Bruno's tenure, as Ms. Butler indicated, the council made a kind of a concerted effort to determine which boards were either legally required or that you wanted as a matter of policy to maintain, and did away with some. So this is kind of a scrubbed list, not that
So we're
long
down
ago.
to everything. So that was my question, because nobody's answered that yet, is should we go down and scrub the list, so to speak? But we've already scrubbed it, so we're scrubbed down.
Not that long ago. It'd be, you know, and I don't think we've created any since then, but this was a judgment of the council at the time.
All right. Well, I have no other suggestions. Just speak up. Anybody got a suggestion?
What I would suggest at this point is that we give this a try and see how this works, and then we can come back to you. This was just the update. I didn't want to do this on our own without actually letting the council know. So if we just get the okay, we'll start that process. All right?
I I like it too. Ms. Dennis, you have comment?
I think we need to expand our boundaries. I mean, we're staying within familiar territory here. I'd like to see us go outside of that. You know, maybe PSAs, you know, through the radio, or you know, even in print media or something. I think.
Let me suggest this. This was just sort of the hands-on thing. What I could do is, we talked about this, and let me come back with this. We talked about maybe coming back with a different perspective, which is the marketing side, is what you're talking about. And I'd really like to explore that. We weren't prepared for that today. It doesn't mean we don't think it's important. Let me come back with a list, and then talk to you individually, and then come back with some ideas.
Right.
Because I think you're right, but we were just saying, can we launch this part? And I think the marketing is definitely good. All right, thank you.
So you're in agreement with carrying on, Ms. Dennis, the way he suggested, Mr. Daniels? Good idea to use our academy? Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Wagner? You on board with the academy? Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get back with some marketing ideas. Thank you. And that's it.
And that's it. That's all, folks. Except for, is there any public participation this afternoon?
No, sir.
Very well. So we will now close the public participation, and there we are. Reports may be heard throughout. Okay. Discussion by council members, not on the agenda. And committee. Do we have any committee reports? No subcommittee committee reports. I'm just reading it right here. Okay, and Mr. Patterson, he has nothing. Okay. Okay, Mr. Wagner? Closing comments.
In comments,
Closing
I don't have
comment.
many. I think I have two. You probably at this point have received a letter from me and the chair of the Transportation Disadvantaged Local Coordinating Council, that we had someone come in for public comment and pointed something out that we just had not realized. There's no sidewalk to the Votran building, which a lot of the transportation disadvantaged have to go there for a couple different reasons. So I sent a letter to, motion was made to send a letter here to this council, the TPO and the city of South Daytona, of working together to try to get a sidewalk on the side of the road, because the sidewalk's on the other side of the road, but a lot of the people that are going there are mobility impaired or seeing impaired. Makes sense. So if we could try to work up.
We actually believe that in this case that we should try to meet that need. We'll come up with a plan. We'll come back to you.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much.
Good observation, quite frankly.
Yeah, it was. She came in. It was actually the. Apologize. I believe I forgot her role, but she lives locally and travels around and advocates for these types of things, and she noticed that right away. So I apologize to her that I forget her name. It's on my notes. The next one, I only have one other item, is there anything we need to discuss, or are we just waiting on the formal DeLand plan for homelessness? Are they going to get us something?
The manager, Mr. Ployce, called me and was asking for some guidance, and I gave him what I think I know the issue pretty well in the views of the council members. So just so you know what I told him, so that we're all on the same page. First of all, as you read in the paper, I said that we can't comment on something we have no plan in our hand. Yeah. What I told him I thought our council would be interested in looking at is, first and foremost, and he understood this. He said in the paper that he understood the county was not going to do operating costs. So there's no argument here. Finally, they got it. The second thing was, what I believe this council would consider, if they want a proposal, these are elements I believe you have to have, is that the city of DeLand would be the party that would take the lead and took ownership of the issue. That to me is so critical. They will take the ownership. So he said what they would be doing is coming to us, this is what we talked about, as a DeLand plan. Now they may have other people helping them, but they would come in with the plan. I talked to him about having a business plan. What we asked for usually was about 5 years to show us what they believed, how they were going to achieve running the operation. Interestingly enough, I offered to him, told him that if you remember, we had allocated a consultant that if we ever needed to use that was good on this, they could, well, he wanted the name of that person because they're going to do their homework on how do you really run, make sure they have the cost down. I told them that how they run it is up to them. In other words, if they want to run it through another agency, and they talked about, I guess, the community center, neighborhood center, actually being a partner with them. That would be their choice, and that as long as they were the backstop and issues came back to them if there was an issue, I don't think the council would be as concerned about them. It'd be them, as long as it goes back that they're the responsible party. The next thing was that they would, then they would have to identify if what they're looking for from us is capital. They'd have to, like I said, identify what they're trying to do with the program. Are they building beds? Are they doing, what are they doing? I think they're going to, they have to come in and show you what the program is, make sure that you think that it has merit, okay? The next thing is that if they wanted money for a facility, which is what I would anticipate they're coming to us from, is that they would commit to, they would handle the design, the construction of that facility. Because you never want to get in a position where you get involved in something, then it doesn't work and it was the bad design. You know what I mean? In other words, they need to take ownership of the design and the construction so that you make sure that your cost, what you ask for, is has a relationship to the actual cost. He said he felt that all those concerns were legitimate and that was their intention, was to put together some kind of request from us that met those needs. I told him then I think the council would be interested in reviewing their position, and that I told them I thought that we were open and that he wanted to make sure that he understood there is no money available, that we would have to decide what we would have to, in essence, take out of our budget somewhere. And we said we would take up to $4 million. And I told him that we had, he asked about decoupling it from the other project. So I said it's no longer specifically connected to the safe harbor. So, pardon me? That's what I agree. So it was decoupled from that concept, we'll call it. And so he felt comfortable with that. But I felt good that everything that I thought that you would want to review to even consider it, he understood, thought it was reasonable, and felt that if they were going to submit something, they'd do it that way. To me, the key is ownership by the community that wants it, and the fact that they were going to figure out what they could afford and what would be effective and what they could run. So I really felt pretty comfortable with his questions. I hope I thought I answered it the way you'd want me to, and he felt comfortable that all those things were reasonable and that would help him put together a proposal.
Yeah, that sounds like a proper response to me. So they're going to bring a plan.
He told me it's going to take some time, maybe 60 days or so, but he said they wanted to do their due diligence to understand what they were getting into, what they would be coming forward with, and what it might cost. And I think he was going to try and work out a relationship with maybe Orange City or even DeBerry to help them based on the residents that they would help.
It has been, the land has been working diligently as a West Volusia team as it relates to the homeless. So it's not only the city of the land, it's the west side.
Correct.
And I have been to some of their meetings. They've been meeting at the Methodist Church, but they had a big meeting at City Hall. But I think that it's important for me is that we have the opportunity to hear a proposal or something that would indicate as to where the major partners are. I know that the neighborhood center is very much involved. They're talking about additional rooms and beds. And so I think that from what I'm hearing at these meetings, they seem to be more in sync with what I believe is a plan of action. And I would certainly like for us as members of the council to have some input as to how, if that 4 million we had on the table, that we should have some say-so as to whether or not we would want to utilize any of that for the west side.
Well, that would be, I mean, it is totally your choice. In other words, he anticipates making a proposal to you, asking you for some of that perceptual budget we set out there. And I think the biggest hurdle that gets crossed is if you have an entity that will take responsibility and ownership. And he made it clear it was not just the land, it was the west side. But what he also made clear, what he understands is somebody got to take a leadership role here and have some responsibility to sign a contract. And what I was happy with is that the impression I got from him was that the land had decided for the west side to step up. That's the impression I got. In other words, if they're going to give us a proposal, they're going to be the party you can cling to in terms of making sure that it gets done. And Ms. Cusack, they would be trying to convince you, one, that here's what they want to do. Are you satisfied? Mm-hmm. Two, this is what your money would be used for in capital. Ours would only be capital.
And they understand capital.
Yes, we were very clear about that. And so it would just be capital, and that you would have to be happy with the program. You would have to see how they're going to finance the operational costs. And three, you'd have to be happy with the amount that they asked for. You'd totally be in the driver's seat. But what I was telling him is, for you to really have a good discussion, if you had that framework with those elements, who's going to run it, who's going to own it, who's going to design it, who's going to, what the design's going to be, how they're going to pay for it, that it'd be easier for you to have a discussion because it'd be factual, and that you could hold the city of the land responsible for making sure those elements got done. He seemed amenable to that.
I think they are amenable to that. Now, I did include Deltona, but I'm not sure Deltona is involved in this at all. I think it's...
He didn't mention Deltona. He mentioned Orange City and DeBerry.
Land, Orange City, and DeBerry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate this there. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was at that meeting in DeLand, and what's in the neighborhood center? Is that the oversight agency? I have to tell you, I was really impressed with the city and the organizations working together, because they increased the beds themselves, which is where it belongs. So as I was sitting there and watching the presentation, I've got the PowerPoint, and I believe staff has it too. Ms. Summerford was there with me. We should probably get a copy of that out to everybody. So as I'm sitting there watching the progression and watching the presentation, and I'm thinking, so why do you need our money? Because they increased the beds, as they should. It's in their city, it's in their area. Here's council, what is stopping me a little bit. There appears, and still is, and we're even saying this, it gives the appearance that there's a $4 million debit card out there. And if we only use 1.2 or 1.3, we're going to save the rest, and therefore Daytona and the east side can use it. So that is the attitude that's out there currently on the street. Well, the county said they would be, and I even heard it at that meeting, well, the land and this and that, the county's not going to give the land, but we got $4 million to work with. I wanted to say, well, no, you don't. We never said there's $4 million on the table, and Safe Harbor issue is completed. That's done. So we have to stop that philosophical conversation. There's no $4 million debit card from Volusia County to spend and come up with projects to spend it down, because that's ultimately what's planning. I'm watching it and I'm listening. So the thing, Councilwoman Cusack, that got me in the presentation was the building. They want to buy land and put this building up, but it's a day center. It's a day center. we didn't agree to build day centers. We're looking for shelters. We're looking for real results, not day activities. And I understand that, and it was said at this meeting, that in an emergency, beds, they could use it as a shelter and they could put beds in it in an emergency. Well, that's what we're doing now with churches. That's what we're doing now with the Salvation Army. That's we're fixing that on an emergency basis anyway. So I walked away from that meeting unsettled is probably the best word that I have. I'm encouraged the city and the neighborhood said they did a great job. The agencies in those cities did that's exactly what we want to happen. That's how we fix it locally within the agencies, within the cities. But then to say, okay, we fixed it, so let's go buy land and build a day center because there's a $4 million debit card on the table, basically, and let's spend it down. So I'm just sharing with you what my initial thoughts were at that meeting, because what they've done with the neighborhood center I think is great. But another thing too, in the presentation, what I'm going to look for is the same thing we did with the city of Daytona on Safe Harbor. I want to see contracts. I don't want to see proposals or what if. I want to see who's going to fund it, who's the oversight agency, how is it going to get funded. I want contractual commitments, not just otherwise what we will have effectively done is take the Volusia Safe Harbor model, disassemble it in pieces, and put no accountability on it or contractual things that we demanded out of the city of Daytona. We've got, for me, that's what I'm going to look for. I'm going to look for those same things that this council said is important to us, because we've got to set this thing up for success. And I'm not interested in building a day center. I'm just not. That was my takeaway. Maybe I didn't get it all. Maybe the presentation will come back. But from what I saw in the PowerPoint that I currently have from that meeting, it's just like, oh, well, the county's going to write the check anyway. Let's get the debit card. Here it is. Okay, we're under $4 million. We should be good. We have consensus. Let's move on. It's not quite that easy, but it kind of is in an executive summary.
And
So
I've been to their other meetings. I wasn't at that meeting. However, it was a lot of people involved, the Salvation Army, the neighborhood. One of the major things, they are beginning to, they identify problems. They're setting goals and objectives as to how they will deal with those problems. Now, for me, I'm thinking that they need additional beds, and they also need some place that people in the west side, there's nowhere that you could have to take a shower, for instance. There's one church that has showers once a week on Wednesdays, and we have a Salvation Army here in DeLand. So I'm not saying that there is a designated pot of money, but I think that we must be good stewards in addressing needs. And needs is that we need to be able to have some place where we can have resources where people can at least shower and have a change of clothes. That's one thing. But for us to just think about it's only heads and beds is the only piece that county government should be involved in, then I think we are then limiting ourselves also. So I think that we should have all things on the table. That's my personal opinion, that all things should be on the table, and we should have a genuine discussion with the city, of the cities involved, and all the things that you're asking for as it relates to plans, all that can be put out there. But I do think that we should not say that we are not in a position to be of help other than a building. Capital improvements could be more than just or less than a building for heads and beds.
Well, I want to see what they present.
That's
I
right.
want, because
I
like
don't
I
have a
said,
problem with that.
I haven't seen the final, what they're going to present to us, because they were talking conceptually. So I want to see what the end product is, but this is a time we go on the record. If Josh brought it up, I think it's time we talk about it, so that there's no surprises.
And I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's it.
All right,
Jason, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wagner still has the floor, or is that it?
Yes, it's on this. I just wanted to add one clarification there. When I talked to Mr. Boyce, he understood that the council, in terms of capital, there's lots of ways. The one thing he did understand was that you would get something for your money and it'd be a one-time expenditure. That was absolute. The other thing, Ms. Days, is I agree with you. You don't want people to think that somehow you have this artificial number that you spend down to. But there is an upside to the $4 million. If you didn't set something, then it's unlimited. We at least set some parameter that we weren't ever going past. So I think that kept some expectations down that, because if you give people an unlimited sort of, we'll just look at whatever comes along, you could get proposals that are $10 million. So I do think that, I don't want to backfire on the council, but I think it had some merit in also saying there's a limit too. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Cusack, anything else? No, yeah.
One more item. I just want to.
I thought you
think
said
we
you were
should send,
done.
also send a letter to Rick Carl, letting him know he can only have like 2 or 3 things on an agenda, not 25.
I'm feeling the love on that.
We could send that to Rick to let him know. I'm just kidding. I actually said that to be funny, but to Rick's team, there were a lot of good things that were discussed today that they were a part of. So just thank everybody for working on that. I know it's a lot of work to get stuff like that together. So if you could send that message to Rick and all the team that's listening, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cusack, closing comments, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a resignation of Lily Scheller, who is the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority Board member and chair. She has resigned from that. Reluctantly, I would move that we accept her resignation as presented.
I have a motion for acceptance of resignation of Lily Scheller. Do I hear a second? I would have. Okay, Mr. Wagner is the second.
Do we need a motion on it?
Well, she made the motion. I'm just acting.
Well, the reason I made the motion is simply because you make a motion to put them on. So I would think it would take a motion to take them. So I would just like to go on record as saying to her, I as a member and as a member of this council appreciate her service, and I hope that we can continue to have a great relationship, and she will continue to be of great service to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. And I applaud her for her length of service and for the service she has provided to the citizens of that authority.
And I couldn't have said it any better. She's been an asset over there, and she will be missed. But that means we have an opening. We need a volunteer.
We're
going back to that.
And I guess we have to go back to the cycle as to how we would get the next person on that.
That's right. All right. And you too. I expect you two to be applying for positions. All right. No, we know I know where you live. My friend's your neighbor. We'll
And
GPS
finally,
your car.
Mr.
Well,
Chair.
ma'am, we have a motion on the floor. I must answer the motion. And the motion is to accept the resignation of Ms. Lily Scheller. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. And so carried 6-0. Okay. You still have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And finally, again, I want to applaud staff for the excellent work that we have had today. This has been a good day. We've had some good news as it relates to many areas, and county government. And I think that's what we're all about, is trying to improve the quality of life of all our citizens. And I personally would like to applaud Mr. Deneen and all of the staff for an excellent day that we've had today in county government. Today, I had a legislature, and Representative Patterson would understand, today has been a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Daniels, closing comments, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that I'd like to do is ask that we put the water compact on the county council agenda. You know, the cities have all passed that, and they're all excited about it. And I know that we had begun that back after our water workshop a couple of years back. But they seem to be all on board, excited about going forward, and it will need the county to be involved if it really is going to take off and go someplace, because, you know, actually we're the ones with the information. And Kelly, I think Kelly McGee would be an excellent person to be in there and helping them out and move that forward. And that way, when we're doing our lobbying too, we can say that we've got all of this behind us. You know, we've got all these cities behind us. So, thank you.
I will do.
If I may, I'd like to see the city sign that off first before we start signing off. Oh, they already have? Okay, because Kelly just showed it to me today and it was blank, so, okay. Never mind then, I have a moot point. Moving on. Ms. Denny's, closing comment.
Just two very brief things. First of all, I want to thank again Kelly McGee and John Cheney for meeting with some constituents in the Oak Hill area. There's a gentleman named Charlie Clark that some of the local residents down there, he's an old Florida native, cracker, belongs to all of the Cattlemen's Associations and the Farm Bureau. They want to honor him somehow, and originally they asked about changing one of the names of the road from US 1 down to Maytown, and so we've had some discussions over the last couple months, and I said, well, what about just a memorial? All they want is a memorial, which is a whole lot easier to do than changing the name of a road. So Kelly and Mr. Cheney very graciously met with a couple of Mr. McGee, no relation, and Mr. Clark, one of the Mr. Clarks, came over to DeLand to meet with them. And so, Council, if it's okay with you, I would like to direct staff to create an agenda item authorizing a memorial marker for Charlie Clark. It would just be a side road marker.
Absolutely.
It's very, very simple, very clean.
Is there any objection from the council? Seeing no objection, please put that on the agenda,
When
sir.
you can work it in, Mr.
We'll do it.
Mr. Deneen, when it fits the calendar.
Mhm.
That yeah, not like the Washington. We don't need a Washington Memorial, but then we'll bring them in when it's actually time to dedicate the memorial itself. And then it's just a very simple second one. It's from public input time this morning. Council, you all received a handout from the lady that spoke, Ms. Park, on itinerant vendors on 44, 415, and it's actually happening all over the county. I've really been aware of it, especially as traffic increases on 44. There are vendors that are in the right-of-way. There are vendors, and if they're in the right-of-way, then, and it's a zoning issue too, then the people that pull over to buy their produce, they're in the right-of-way. It's a traffic distraction and disruption, and I can't believe there hasn't been an accident yet. But now what we have is if it's called in, there's several police reports attached to our handouts. When they're called in, you know, they'll come out of the right-of-way, then they'll go into private property. Well, now we have a zoning, now we have a trespass issue. And it appears there's one gentleman that is orchestrating it out of Orange County, and it's very organized. And I don't like what I'm reading here with his background and what could be there. So we need to protect our property owners. We need to protect the traffic in that area. And again, our folks that are selling, this is about selling produce, peaches. And I know exactly what she's talking about when she was explaining, you know, the 2x4s and stretching the banner rice. I think to myself, every time I drive by that, part of me says, pull over, ask them what's going on. I'm like, don't look at it. Just, it's like going to the beach. Don't look at it. You don't see anything. I see nothing. I just keep driving by it. But it's time we address it. And I think we need to do some kind of code enforcement sweep, zoning sweep, and put some teeth into it and find this gentleman. He needs to be identified publicly if we need to, but we need to get control of this now.
If I may also on this thing, this is not just produce either.
It's not, you're right.
It's not, I mean, right there, and Ms. McGee, you and I, for the past couple of years, have had this discussion with code enforcement about this guy on Dunlawton and Taylor and Taylor Road and 415, who just pulls up off to the side of the road. He's not selling vegetables, but he sells firewood, and he pulls over with his pickup truck and a big trailer, and I kid you not, he's about 6 inches off the road. One day I come zipping around there on a motorcycle. I almost got creamed by a car, because you can't see at the blind corner. Is there a possibility maybe we could create some sort of a permit kind of situation?
We have permits.
For roadside vendors.
We have permits.
I was told we don't.
Well, there are certain exceptions. There's a way that we do handle this because this lady has a license to sell agricultural products. So yes, we have the structure,
So
and it's not our folks that are pushing the limits here. It's the outsiders, and it's my understanding this individual is working the county. He brings in a big panel truck with a whole bunch of folks in it. So it's a health, safety, and welfare issue. It really is. So anything that you can do to help us with this, Mr. Rechtenwald, I see you.
Yeah, and
stepping-
I just wanted to clarify,
ahead,
the
George.
lady that was speaking today, now, she had a permit because she's doing that on her property,
Right.
not on the right-of-way. We don't ever permit anyone
But-
out on the right-of-way.
Thank you
George,
for that clarification.
Here's what I think we should do, because it encompasses a lot of uses across the county. What we can do is, pardon me? It's everywhere.
Yeah, there's one on ML King out there, near Casadega.
Here's what I would suggest we do. Let us put together, there's both physical realities of resources that we have together with the law. Let us put together a plan and show you what we might do and come back and show you this. I think it wouldn't hurt for us to announce to everybody that we're gonna do this, because you'll have some unhappy campers. So, and the other thing I gotta look at is, how do we try to make sure that we have treated everybody fairly? And this is because I can see it now, the person we don't happen to go after was a friend of somebody's. So I want to make sure we have a plan and we know what the legal realities are. And Jamie and I have just talked, and George, and we'll bring you back an overview of how bad we think it is and what we might be able to do.
Well, I appreciate that sentiment. However, you don't ticket everybody that speeds. You ticket the one that's violating it the most and is the most obvious when there's somebody there to catch.
But that's what I want to make sure. I want to make sure that we are getting all the ones that are the most obvious.
Well,
because I've gone through this, and if you don't make it comprehensive, I know what people think. They think that my people will just pick out ones that they have an issue with and let other people go.
Well, I'm asking for immediate involvement on the 44 issue, because when we start getting the police reports,
If you're talking about one specific one, I don't have an issue with that. I can deal with a one.
Well, that's what I'm asking for, is a code enforcement down there.
We'll do that. We'll look at that one. But I think we should come back with, because it's going to get worse as the summer goes on, we'll come back with an overall plan, give you an idea of what we might be able to do.
And how it can be implemented.
Yes.
Because a policy with no teeth or way of enforcing is not.
Correct. And we're willing to do that.
Okay,
but I
thank
want
you.
to try and show, because we have some issues about what we're allowed to do legally too. Okay?
Very good. Thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fred,
Yes, sir.
you got anything to say?
Yeah, I'm
You have
surprised
nothing
you're
to say?
upset about this guy selling firewood as much snow as we had in Volusia County this past year.
It was terrible. I understand
gracious.
that, but he was just causing. I mean, the snow tires on my motorcycle were slipping all over the place.
Hope I'm not in trouble, because I brought some jalapeno peppers in here for Josh today, and
Uh,
but I weighed them out. It was under 20 grams.
Deputy.
Oh, great. Good stuff, buddy. I'm telling you. Anyway, One person texted in this morning, I think, to several of us to suggest that maybe when we go into recess or whatever, that we have something going on in the background. That could be an announcement time, asking for volunteers to, serve on boards or whatever, to let them know it isn't just that we're down, to let them know that we're in recess or whatever. And I thought that was an awfully good idea, and I'm sure maybe you already got that. Also,
Mr. Lowry?
Yes, sir.
I think that's a fantastic idea. We're going to look at implementing something. It could be a combination of MUSAC and announcements. But I think what the people are saying is, I don't know if I lost my connection to you sometime.
Exactly.
It's a great, that was a good piece of, what happens is when we go off the air, it's dead silence, and they're waiting. Well, it's like the phone. If they go off dead silence, you don't know if you got hung up on.
Yeah.
So what we could do is we could look at this and we'll see. No one's ever suggested that. It's a great idea.
I mean, I don't know. Of course, the county's awful big. It'd be an awful big community bulletin board, but also things like the serving on the committees and stuff that might even be able to chance to put some I
Real
don't know, I'm just
targeted
kinda
message.
stabbing in the dark here a little bit on that. But
Are you going to need somebody with a radio voice? We might be able to find somebody.
Okay.
I know people.
Moving right along.
I know people who can help you out with that.
Mayor John Masargic's mom passed away recently. I don't know if y'all heard about that. I was going to send a letter of condolence out. Didn't know if the rest of the council wanted to be involved in that. If y'all are comfortable, I'll just have Darla do that with all of us on there.
Yeah.
Is that good with everybody? Okay, I'll let her know. All right.
I'm actually planning on being there tomorrow. As
Okay.
soon as I get back from my purgatory I have to go to. Okay.
I think that's all I got. Let me see. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. You took my thing, Deb. I was going to talk about the vendor thing. Oh, well. You took it. The vendors. Roadside. Nah, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm done. Okay, that's all. I have nothing else. We've addressed pretty much everything I got. Mr. Deneen, you have nothing? Alrighty then.
I don't. Joanne does. Joanne?
You're blaming it on Joanne.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
Hold on.
wait. Hold it.
You got me rushing, and we do have something. I'll let Joanne do the announcements first, and then I do have something that directly relates to this whole thing with DeBerry. It's really important, and the meeting with that they wanted to have with St. John's.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. That thing
we
with
need to get
DeBerry.
that clarified. Jamie's here to help us on this.
All right, that
Joanne?
thing with DeBerry. Okay.
Yes, Joanne.
All right, good afternoon, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and I just have a few calendar items that I wanted to mention. Starting off tomorrow, Friday, June 3rd, we have two events going on. At 9 a.m., we will be celebrating the new trail segment for the Spring to Spring Trail, and Dr. Lowry will be there. This is celebrating the completion of a 2.1-mile segment leading from Blue Spring State Park entrance to the Detroit Terrace in Orange City. And then right afterwards at 10:30, we will be having a water quality celebration inside Blue Spring State Park at the Riverside Pavilion. This is to celebrate a $12.7 million advanced wastewater treatment and reuse water project, which will protect Blue Spring. So I just wanted to put those two announcements out there. That's happening tomorrow. And then on Saturday, our Beach Safety Division, they are sponsoring a 2-mile family beach fun walk, which will benefit foster children served by the 7th Judicial Circuit's Gaudium Ad Litem program. That's Saturday, June 4th at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
You did that well. We should make her a community affairs officer. What do you think?
I think so.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You telling my staff what to do?
Am I?
We're in luck. Doug's here.
And no, I don't need a lawyer. And actually, no, I looked at you and said that, correct?
Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. That's right.
Yes, I get to. We all get to tell him things.
Anyway.
Don't you have something to close the day out with and quickly?
I
so we
couldn't
can
help that. That's just
3:27. I'm hoping to be out of here by 4.
Anyway, we do need a clarification from you. I think for the citizens, for sure, that are very concerned about the issue with DeBerry and the land, Jamie has some comments, and we need some clarification on where we should go. Jamie? No, this has to do with the meeting that they wanted to have, and it's really gotten to be a mess.
Well, wait a minute. We passed the resolution. All you got to do is hand it to them.
No,
right?
they wanted us also, remember, Sortel wanted us to meet with them. Well, that's what I want Jamie to talk about.
So we can
We're
read
clear
them,
on what
so
we're
we
doing.
can read them this project. Okay.
The district had originally asked that that if they could coordinate a meeting with the manager and with the city manager from DeBerry. And of course, we're always amenable to meet with city officials and try to resolve disagreements or issues that we have. Because the Water Management District Executive Director was out for several weeks in May, we were unable to coordinate a time. The soonest that they've been able to coordinate as of yesterday was June 29th. However, Mr. Parrott announced yesterday that tomorrow is his last day and he'll be on administrative leave, but will be available. We certainly want to talk to DeBerry. We certainly want to have a conversation about the stormwater issues. As you approved at your May 19th meeting, you approved baffle boxes to improve the quality of the stormwater going into the DeBerry Bayou. It is an issue for the council and it's an issue for the city, and we most certainly want to talk about that. We want to talk about the TOD, the access to the trail, a number of things. But you took a very firm stance today about using the Gemini Springs addition for stormwater and development. So I think Mr. Deneen is looking for an explanation to you all about that meeting and direction that we would like to have it as soon as possible, as soon as everybody can put it on their calendar. We think the sooner we have the conversation, the sooner we can air all of the issues and everybody can be on the same playing field. But one of the things I think that we want to clarify is that we would like to look at other alternatives for their stormwater. We think that that there are some options. Mr. Rechtenwald came up with some ideas the other day. We'd like your authorization to talk about those alternatives as well.
Okay. And, all right. Mr. Daniels?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why would you want to talk to a guy that's not the city manager anymore? That's kind of silly.
That's what I was thinking, but then again, I'm going to throw in there.
I think you need to wait till you got somebody in authority that is going to be there and can make decisions. This really doesn't sound like a very good idea. You know, there's homeless people in DeBerry that maybe you could pick out one of them and talk to them. It would be about as effective. You need to wait until DeBerry makes some decisions. They're going to have a meeting later on this month, I think, on the issue. They've got an offer out to a new city manager. Maybe he'll take the job, maybe he won't. Maybe they'll have an interim. But, talking to a has-been or a gone just doesn't seem to be a very good idea. Thank you.
Okay. I was curious about that. And, what about all their other issues that are going on? I mean, I've been watching the news. Is there even going to be a city of DeBerry leadership anymore? I know we got the mayor in a problem, but we also got all the city council members over there in a problem.
I don't know if they know that they've got the potential to go to jail. I don't know if anybody's told them that they ought to go out and hire a lawyer.
Well,
well, maybe
you just did, and I concur. They may need to seek legal advice.
If Josh was still doing criminal.
Only personal injury 777. I stopped. I didn't give the whole number. It's all sevens.
That was a commercial. Yeah, I mean,
just don't want the.
I agree with you on this, Mr. Daniels. We don't know. We don't have a.
That was a joke.
A city manager.
That was a joke.
Yeah, I got that. So we got a city manager that's on administrative leave. We don't know where their leadership's going to be in 6 months. They may, if we set this up, they may all be in trial, or who knows what's going on.
Their councilman just recently changed his vote to go the other way, so that others may too. So I'm not sure we need to rush.
I heard they were taking their logo has a little sun out of it. I heard they were going to put a little moon.
I think we better leave.
So
Jason
what I'm
jumping
hearing
off on
from the
me.
council is that we should wait until the June 16th meeting, give you all an update on where we are and what we hear, and from there you can give us direction.
And wait until they
Live
have
with
either a new manager or an acting manager, you know.
Somebody with authority.
Somebody with authority.
Somebody in authority that's stable.
Oh, now you're getting picky. DeBerry, stable.
You're gonna ask for stability, come on.
So are we, so let me clarify. You would like us to convey the message to the Water Management District that post haste, they should transfer the property, and that you don't think that a meeting with DeBerry.
They should transfer the property to us. There's nothing really to talk about, and they created a lot of the problems in DeBerry, so live with it. You know, I mean, their chairman did.
I will,
Smooth that up a little bit. Could you polish that down for us just a little bit? I mean, I don't mind you, tell it like it is, but
I will convey the message from our council.
there, that appropriate answer. Thank you, ma'am. But I'd like to hear it, whatever you figured
Mrs.
out.
Cusack said I should tell it like it is.
That's right. Rock and roll.
I want to thank you for your decision.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Eckert, you look like you are pondering something deep in thought. Would you like to have closing comment?
Yes, sir, I would.
Please.
On another subject,
Please.
excuse me, as you know, the Charter Review Commission has completed its work. The council has the obligation to conduct 3 public hearings, and then following which to adopt a resolution calling the election to consider those amendments, which would be concurrent with the general election in the fall. In 2006, the nature of the amendments that were being discussed were different, but the process that was followed was that there were 3 public hearings around the county. In this case, the amendments deal largely with the administrative framework of the county, and you're on the internet, so I think the staff would suggest to you that you conduct those, that we schedule those as part of your regular county council agenda, but that's not our decision to make. It's your call. Before we usurped our authority and scheduled it on your agenda, we wanted, that is, the manager scheduled it on your agenda, we wanted to have your direction that that's the way you wanted to proceed.
I'll speak for myself here on this. I'll start over here with Ms. Cusack after. Well, yeah, how do you feel, Ms. Cusack?
How has it been done in the past?
Well, again, in 2006, there were public hearings around the county, but the issues dealt with growth management and more issues external. You could certainly have hearings in, say, in DeLand and New Smyrna and Daytona Beach, if that were your pleasure.
Or you could.
Beg pardon?
Is there any other option?
To have them here as part of, either as part of your regular council agenda,
Okay.
or at some other time. You have, you could put it on, for example, on your next meeting, the one following and the one following that, after which you could adopt the resolution calling for the election. So it's really the council's pleasure whether or not you want to have the hearings here or around the county, and we would need to organize ourselves to facilitate your attendance at those meetings around the county if that were you. But the nature of the hearings is informational. If you should understand that that the purpose of the hearing is to allow people to comment for or against, and to have questions answered regarding those. It's not the purpose of the hearing is not for you to change anything that the Charter Review Commission has proposed. it's just to facilitate a public airing of their work. They'll present to you the final report. We have anticipated at the first of those hearings. And we thought that Mr. Brown, as the Charter Review Commission Chair, would, and as well as many other members of the commission that would attend the first of those meetings. So the charter really doesn't give any specific direction, nor does it provide for a specific notice. I think it leaves it to your good judgment as to how to best achieve the purpose of providing information on their body of work and what the voters will confront. There are specific advertising requirements, which of course we will fulfill.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert. I would be in agreement with whatever the council would prefer, but for me, I think the Charter Review Committee has done a lot of work, and to now ask them to go to 3 different locations to present or be present to answer questions is going a bit beyond. So I would recommend that we would advertise and have those meetings here in our regular chambers during our regular meeting. That would be my recommendation from this council member.
Okay, Mr. Wagner, what do you think? Doug, I'm just going straight down the line for everybody.
I think here.
Okay. Here, Mr. Daniels?
I think I missed part of it. Do we have to be there?
Yes, you have to be there.
Oh, well, let's do it during a regular meeting.
Here.
Ms. Denny's? You can't. It's got to be done before August. Okay. Ms.
It's
Denny's.
time specific. Is it time specific?
Yes, ma'am. We'll set a time. We'll give. There's not specific newspaper notice requirement, but we'll post it on the web and be.
No, I mean, not for that. I mean, date specific. When's the drop dead deadline that's got to be completed?
Got to have before November.
Well, probably they've actually finished their work a little bit early. You'd have to adopt the resolution so that it could be
Put in the ballot.
though it's on the ballot, and so soon after the primary could be done. Actually, in advance of the primary is an ideal time. So by the second meeting in August, you should have this accomplished.
Well, I thought our agreement, though, with the VGMC it still requires a voter initiative?
No. The 3 will be there. The 3 issues.
Oh, there's 3 separate issues. Okay.
There's 3 questions. One of them essentially, and that actually you're asking the purpose of what's to be accomplished is to explain what to give more, the public the information and what's an additional view of what's to be considered by them. It's largely a repeal of provisions that have come into conflict with state law or they're obsolete, to authorize the council to adopt by ordinance procedures for reimbursement of in-county expenses, and to consider whether or not the at-large member would serve as the vice chair of the county council.
Can we, do we have, I guess that's what I'm asking, do we have the time to schedule that during the next 3 council meetings just for the sake
We would
of
do
scheduling?
3 of the next 4. It might not be the next one, but would be the next 3. Yes, ma'am, you have the time to do that. And in the public, there's probably this is probably as good a place for someone who supports it or objects to it to say that this is a good idea or it's a really bad idea, whatever they happen to think.
Yeah, I haven't heard much conversation or dialogue on any of it to date, so I would be comfortable with having them right here in council meetings while we're already here. I'm good with that. Thank you.
I think we need to travel. We should probably use the DeBerry City Hall, seeing how they're not using it. Sorry.
Well, one disadvantage of going to DeBerry City Hall is that you don't, wherever you would choose, you don't automatically have the internet facility capability that you have here in these chambers.
Well, I guess we will be doing it right here. We'll do it right here, but, you know, our, we've had our discussions here about other issues, and I have gotten, well, a couple meetings ago, I had a young lady stand right here in front of us and say some not so nice things because it was all about one of our projects, Hope House or the Hope Place out there. And I didn't know about anything about it. I said, it's been in the newspaper for a year. We've been talking about it for months and months and months. And she goes, well, I didn't hear anything about it. And she was very upset about it. She doesn't want it in her backyard, but I understand. But I just don't want that to happen. Oh, well, I didn't know anything about the charter review and that, you know, we didn't get notification. So I just want to make sure we don't have that kind of a situation. Or I couldn't get there because my dog had kittens and the cat had puppies or something happened.
That's why we have several meetings. I think everybody that has interest in what the government does looks at our calendar. We'll make sure it's on there. We'll have a deliberate time. It's all recorded here. It's very professional. And I think there are fewer items. And the other thing that I think might confuse people if you travel is that you can hear all the input you want, but you can't change anything. In other words, it's not like the city of Dayton. It goes on the ballot. So you can hear it all you want, but it isn't going to change anything. What they decided is what goes forward.
So, okay, so basically what our charge is to either say yes, put it on the ballot or not.
No, you can't say no.
So we got.
This is something you're required to do. What this does is this, and I'm sure that, you know, at least Mr. Brown in the beginning and maybe someone else would be here. If someone else had a question about what they had proposed, then that person could explain it from charter review. But that's all they would do is explain it. It's now going to go on the ballot. You don't have a choice, and the voters vote on it. So it doesn't matter what input, that's what it is.
So they're.
And I think here is a good forum. It's easy to understand people. And we'll put it right on the agenda so you can't miss it.
Okay. And public will have their opportunity to speak on that matter?
Yes.
Which will really make no.
They have a right to
They have a
express
right
their
to
opinion.
They can express their opinion, but the
work's already been
matter
done.
to be voted upon, they can tell people why other people ought not to support it.
Okay, so they can lobby here.
Yes, they can express saying, I think this is a good idea, the public should support it, or I think it's a bad idea, and the public should not.
Okay. Very well. Anything else, Mr. Eckert?
No, sir.
Anything else from any public that might have showed up while we were having?
No, sir.
Any other staff report?
No.
Keep it moving here. Okay. Is there any other business that needs to come before this county council? There is a piece of business. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. All those opposed. Mr. Patterson, be quiet here. All right, we are adjourned until, what's our date?
June 16th.
June 16th? Turning me off. June 16th, 9 o'clock. We will be right here. We are adjourned.